Operators welcome. We all know that on high-stakes operations maps, the biggest threat isn't always tactical, but those unseen enemies who undermine fair play, the cheaters. That's why our security team is building a defense matrix from the ground up. Our primary weapon, Anti-Cheat Expert, or ACE. ACE isn't some rookie on the anti-cheat arena. With 20 years of experience on the digital front lines, spanning both PC and mobile platforms, it stands as one of the gaming industry's leading providers of security solutions worldwide. As for specific measures, we've also rolled out the new DMA Shield solution. Think of it as installing a biometric-enabled barrier for your computer that keeps the vast majority of hardware cheats locked out of the game. Some of you may have seen the DMA Shield not enabled prompt when launching the game. Don't worry. This doesn't mean your account is suspended, it's simply the system reminding you, we need you to manually activate your computer's defense shield. Now, follow along with this video guide. In just 3 minutes, you can easily deploy DMA Shield and secure your gameplay. First, we need to confirm your computer's motherboard manufacturer. This step is crucial. Press Windows key plus R, type MSInfo32, and hit Enter. Here, you can check your motherboard manufacturer, which will tell you how to access the BIOS. Restart your computer. When the screen lights up, but before Windows loads, tap repeatedly or hold the corresponding boot key to enter the BIOS. Most computers use Delete or F2, but please refer to your motherboard manufacturer's instructions for the exact key and steps. Once in the BIOS, we need to track down the crucial VTD or IOMMU settings. If you've got an Intel processor, find VTD in the Advanced or System Agent menu and turn it on. If you've got an AMD processor, locate the IOMMU option and set it to Enabled. This is the critical switch for blocking hardware cheats. Note that BIOS menu vary by manufacturer. If you cannot find the relevant switch in the suggested paths, contact your motherboard manufacturer for further guidance. Congratulations, you've successfully set up the DMA Shield. In addition to DMA Shield, you may see error pop-ups related to Secure Boot at TPM 2.0. These are independent security checks. Secure Boot and TPM 2.0 make sure your PC only loads trusted software during startup, which is also essential for our anti-cheat operations. Let's configure them correctly now. First, we need to confirm that your system disk uses GPT partitioning. Press Win plus X, Disk Management, find your system drive, Properties, Volumes, Disk Partition Style, GPT. Next, ensure your BIOS mode is set to UEFI. Press Win plus R, MSInfo32, System Summary, BIOS mode, UEFI. These two indicators are the gold standard for enabling Secure Boot and TPM 2.0. If you check both boxes, excellent. We only need to enter the BIOS again to enable Secure Boot and TPM 2.0. As shown, these options are usually found under Advanced, Security, or Boot menus, but the names and locations can vary depending on your motherboard manufacturer. Locate Secure Boot and set it to Enable. Then find TPM and turn it on. If your device allows version selection, choose 2.0. Congratulations! With DMA Shield, Secure Boot, and TPM 2.0 fully deployed, your computer is now equipped with a top-tier defense system. From here on out, you'll run into fewer cheaters and have a combat experience where skill truly decides the outcome. If you hit any snags during setup, reach out to us through the dedicated Discord hardware support channel, in-game customer service, or email. We've got your back. Operators, deploy with confidence.
Should we really be sending her to the front lines in her current state? You ought to know her better.
Stop!
Lena Vandermeer, codenamed Vlinder, role support. Vlinder is a medical specialist from GTI Europe, specializing in pharmaceutical research, possessing outstanding medical expertise, and a strong sense of responsibility. Vlinder's med drones can be deployed to a targeted area, dispersing med-infused nanobots that restore teammates' health, providing them with an adrenaline boost. They may also be deployed on herself, following and continuously restoring her own health for a limited time. Her windmill smoke grenades are guided by gesture censoring tech. Upon impact with a service, the grenades create a cloud of smoke, creating cover for teammates.
Smoke grenade out.
Linder's Flutter Rescue UAVs will automatically target downed teammates, administer medical injections when deployed. Once the injection is administered,
I've got you.
Linder may approach the downed teammate and manually revive them. During deployment, the UAVs may also utilize their active defense system,
It's working.
automatically absorbing 1 instance of explosive damage per deployment, and applying a buff effect of Linder.
Counting on you guys. Vital signs stable. Prepare for rescue. I've got you. It's taking effect. I'm here. Feeling better.
Humanity's greatest inventions have been born from a longing for better lives. Nuclear power to light our homes, seismic waves to map the Earth's core. Yet we never quite learned how to wield our potential, invariably turning it against ourselves. Whatever the outcome of this battle, we have once again demonstrated this truth to the entire universe. A titanic force wrought by human hands that slipped from our grasp.
Stop for the flash. Hold on. I'll be right there.
The crust is extremely unstable. Be prepared for a big one.
All units evacuate the area. Fall back ASAP.
This was caused by havoc. Destruction of their tremor system is crucial.
All units, defend the key objective. The crust is extremely unstable. The next one could be a major quake.
The enemy has activated the device. We're detecting a massive quake on the way.
Ma'am, you cannot stay here. The aftershocks are still continuing and the evacuation zone will be closed soon.
I only know that my child is buried here. Signal detected.
Ma'am, be careful! The earthquake's coming again.
My child is still in there.
But both GTI and Havoc rescue teams have already searched the area. It's too dangerous for you to go back in.
I have to go back.
Gizmo. We've conducted a risk-benefit analysis of pursuing Saeed. His father believed he would grow into a fine hunter, and his subordinates are convinced they can accomplish change in Asara by following him. Reese mocks his naivete, while Havoc deems him a significant threat. Our superiors have issued the following directive. Saeed's active vendetta against Havoc, who destroyed his village and people therein, presents an opportunity worth exploiting.
It's Saeed!
Rest in peace. Farewell. The hunt has begun. Check your gear. No mistakes. Crush them.
Got it, boss! On the way!
Cover me. Hold formation.
Nice moves, boss!
Enough chatter. Move out.
Let's go! Hold on! Go, go, go!
Alonzo, hand it over to the Academy and claim sole credit for the Dark Matter project. It seems the Academy never taught you that efficiency boils down to cost calculation. And emotion is the greatest premium. The choice is yours.
Director, the board is ready.
The acquisition plan is a notice, not a proposal. Sign it.
So arrogant! The chairman will not approve this!
My father has grown old, and you are what remains of a bygone era.
What gives you the right to issue us orders?
You won't get away with it.
The first lesson my father taught me was to make sure everyone sees eye to eye. Now, do we have an understanding? Do not resist. I have already allied with Havoc. Dark matter is the future. Take them away.
Cut the nonsense, Alonzo. You overstepped.
Overstepped. I'm walking the path you laid out for me. Only now, I'm in charge. You're next, Demulan.
Good afternoon, good morning, good evening. I don't know where you are in the world, but welcome into the Delta Force Global League Season 4, folks. It's esports time. No more show matches. It's EU semifinals. You're not gonna want to miss it. I'm Coach. I'm so excited to be back with you again for another amazing esports competition. We've had open qualifiers. Now it's time for the broadcasted semifinals. 2 lobbies going at the same time. It's gonna be insane. So much chaos, so much action. Let's bring in my amazing co-host and co-caster, Spider Tiff, back with Delta Force. Tiff, how you doing?
Look, I'm feeling good. You were talking about anywhere in the world, and I was like, that was almost me. They had blizzards going on in Hokkaido, but it's okay because I made it back to what I think is a different side of the world completely at this point. I came back in a little bit of a time travel, but what better way to come back to some Delta Force Global League? I'm ready for Europe.
I gotta say, it's great to have you back with Delta Force, Tiff, and we're really excited to get into the competition today. I was about to break down a bunch of new content and things that are happening at Delta Force, but today's esports. It is all about the esports format, and it is all about the Delta Force Global League here with Season 4. So let's talk about the format for today, folks. If you've paid attention to other esports formats in the past, this is gonna feel very familiar. So we go back to our tournament server, we go back to Season War Ablaze, where all of our games will be played on that season, which does have our operator Raptor in it. You won't see Gizmo though because of the season that we're playing on. Now, the way this works is that every player starts with 1 million Technic Alloy. That's it. Stash empty. They can gear up and loot up ready for the very first lobby. If you die in lobby, it's just like normal operations. You lose all your gear, and our total loot value is based on, well, whatever you have. So very important that you extract when you can. However, we call this the double brick format for a reason. You're going to be playing for Mandel bricks. So our leaderboard will be ranked according to how many Mandel bricks your team has and then how much loot value you have. So if you're tied in Mandel bricks, it'll come down to your overall loot or stash value, everything that you have on your accounts. But Mandel bricks are the primary function for success in this competition. Now, one of the key rules for this competition is that we can now play up to 7 rounds. Of those 7 rounds, 5 of those rounds can have Mandel bricks on them. So 1 and 3, for instance, if you see that in the bottom middle there, rounds 1 and 3 do not have Mandel bricks. They just have airdrops that have some nice unique supplies in them, and it's rounds for you to loot up and kind of get your stash value up. However, if a team captures 2 Mandel bricks at any time at all, the tournament is over, folks. We can be done in 4 maps. It is possible. We actually saw it quite a bit in the open qualifiers. If a team captures 2 Mandel bricks, we finish that game, and then we are done with the match in a total. So it's kind of insane what you're able to do on this, and everything's going to feel so different every single lobby that we play. And the last rule is that every operator can be only used twice total by the entire team. Now, a couple other small rules here with the overall loadout. Again, like we said, everybody's starting with 1 million Technic Alloy. Everybody will have a 3x3 safe box that can be used as normal, so keep that in mind. And then everybody does have a 12-slot card holder, and all those key cards are basically free. I think they're 1 Technic Alloy a piece, so you're gonna be able to get into all the doors that you need to get into. Now, there's a lot of different ways to earn resources throughout the game. You don't have to extract in order to gain resources every round. Obviously, you'll lose your gear, but you're gonna get a fixed supply every round that we'll explain later as needed. It's somewhere between 700k or maybe a bit more than that in the later rounds. But every single kill, every elimination that you get is 400,000 that is automatically deposited into your account. You pick up a full squad wipe, that's 1.2 million, a lot on the line for kills. And then you also get some extra resources for decoding Mandel bricks. And if you end up not extracting like 4 maps in a row, there's also a little bit of a comeback mechanic, so you're not totally broke going into the next round. So you're going to see teams continue to be resupplied to some form and fashion, but if you're able to extract with 10+ million by looting the bodies of your fallen opponents, well, that's obviously a lot better than some of these different ways that you'll earn some resources as we go. So anyways, with all of that in mind, and a lot of rules to kind of talk about, the last one I want to break down is how the Mandel brick works. You'll see this in every map that there's a Mandel brick on. First and foremost, they're not available on spawn. There's a small timer, I think it's 2 minutes before the Mandel brick can even be picked up. Once it has been picked up though, the squad or any squad that ends up grabbing it will have 5 total minutes to get it to a decoding station. It can exchange hands, it can be placed on the ground if you want, doesn't matter. After 5 minutes, if it doesn't get to a decoding station, well, it's going to respawn back at its original spawn point. However, once it's placed into a decoding station, well, it's gonna stay there, folks. And every single time that Mandel brick is stolen from the decoding station, the total time is reduced by 30 seconds. So the first time, it would go from whatever the timer is at down to 3.5 minutes, stolen again to 3 minutes, and so on and so forth. It can't be reduced to shorter than 1 minute and 30 seconds. Now, if you've watched other esports competition, one rule that might be a little bit different this time around is that if the squad that is decoding the Mandel brick is full wiped, if no one is alive, that timer now pauses and it can be stolen by anybody nearby. So you have to have somebody alive in order to secure the Mandel brick. But you only need one. You don't have to copy the codes and all of that good stuff. So that's how the Mandel bricks work. I know that was a lot of info. I know that was a lot to break down if you haven't watched this before, but feel free to keep asking questions in the chat. I'll be paying attention to it. And frankly, you'll catch on quite quickly, I am sure. So Tiv, I want to go to you. We got to talk about the prize pool. This is for the finals. These are what the players are playing for. Break it down for me.
Yeah, of course. Mind you, this is going to be on Sunday, right? You get into the finals lobby, first place, you win it out, right? $4,000 for your team. Second place, $3K. It's going to scale all the way down with 4th through 6th place, getting $500 a piece. So you're going to walk away with a little something, but regardless, you want that first place. You want to say, I was that Delta Force Global League Season 4 champ, right? That's what we're really here for. Totally.
That's exactly right. And hey, look, this is just for the finals. So for semifinals, you're just trying to get to the finals, and you do that by being top 3, because yes, we have 2 groups. Let's talk about those teams briefly before we're jumping into the lobby, folks. Here they are. This is Group A, and Tiff, I am being told we're going to be casting over Group A today. Group A and Group B going on at the same time. We have a total of 12 teams competing for 6 spots in the finals. Talk to me about a couple of these rosters, any heavy hitters, anybody we should kind of pay attention to.
Yeah, of course. The 2 teams that are going to jump off the page immediately are for you are going to be Mandel Brick Addiction. Most notably, they went to China. They got top 5 there and performed incredibly well. They are going to be the top seed from their specific open qual. I believe they seeded 6 overall. So a couple of teams that may have outscored them in terms of their total loot value. Dark Entities right there with Viraj, Ubishka, and Folare. They picked up Folare from a different roster. You would note them around an EU, and they've now combined and created like this full force roster to take everything by storm. So excited to see what those 2 in particular can do. Obviously, they were both able to acquire 2 Mandel bricks during the open qualifiers, but when you take the heaviest teams from open quals, throw them into 1 semis, things are going to get mixy. Of course, then you start having things like, hey, is there an underdog of the lobby? Of course, you got your 2 Mandel bricks in your open quals, but can you do it when you have the heavy hitters? So Labubu team, Rusty, Aluris, and MKROS, I'm looking at you just because the Labubu. You've got to channel that energy. I will rip my Labubu out from the living room. We'll come in here and we are just going to throw down.
I love it. Yeah, some underdogs certainly, especially for some of those teams like Labubu that did get second in their open quals. The way it worked, by the way, we had a total of 42 teams in total, I think it was. It was ridiculous. We had 7 total lobbies for EU, all filled out, and top 2 make it to semifinals, or most of the top 2. Some of our second place teams were not high enough on the leaderboard to make it, so that's how that worked. But looking at Group B, I think a similar story, aside from those that have experience on LAN. I think, you know, when you talked about the 2 teams actually in Group A that had experience on LAN, which is crazy to say because that Dark Entity squad used to be known as Fallen. On this side of things, not as much necessary LAN experience. There is one exception though, French Mafia, who absolutely dumpstered their open qualifier lobby, picked up 2 bricks in 4 maps. It was ridiculous. Zapok was the coach for the NA team that got second on LAN in China for DFI. So definitely watch out for that roster. Zapok's been playing this game nonstop basically since it launched, and this roster is very, very strong. They know exactly what to do at every given moment, and like I said, they dumpstered their open quals. However, some really strong teams in this category as well. I look at Perry. We've watched Dickinson, Starbaxter, and Evan play together for a very long time. Big streamers, Russian players that are very strong, and they also were able to get 2 bricks in their open qualifiers, and I think a real threat on the map. I would even say a similar thing for Yo. Mimq is a great player. He's actually played in a lot of our show matches and some of these esports competitions. So all of these rosters are really strong, which does make sense because they were top 2 in their respective groups to get to this stage. So the fun part about today, I think, will be watching both groups and seeing who is able to make it to the finals, because it's truly just about who can perform on any given day. And I think especially today, because it's the semifinals, your back's kind of against the wall. This is your last chance to make the finals. So let's see what you're able to do. Now, I want to talk about map rotation. Tiff, I'm going to throw this to you. The small change to the esports format is that we have extended our total series out potentially to maybe 7 maps. Walk me through this.
Yeah, and I love that we have it do the potential of 7 maps, but we have seen it close in as early as 4. Now, we do kick things off on 0 Dam. There will not be a brick available. You'll only have that airdrop, which is the best way to kind of focus for the long term. That entire overall, you want to make sure that you get your loot value up. I love that we've buffed the amount of Technic alloy that you get for each kill, right? It is now that 400k that we were talking about earlier on the top of the show. So maybe frag out, get a ton of those, and just come back in swinging once you get that brick spawning over in Brakkesh in game 2. You'll go back to Tide Prison for game number 3. That's, of course, only going to be airdrop only. You can see the little icon down there at the bottom of the map. But then we get into our consecutive series of games 4 through 6 on Space City. Honestly, it's some of the most fun that I get to witness here. They're going to all spawn bricks. The chaos is definitely going to be there. But if for some reason someone has not acquired 2 bricks just yet, we're going to move on to that elusive game 7 that Goj was just talking about, where it's unique because the last place team on the leaderboard actually gets to select the map. I don't believe they can choose Zero Dam though, so they'll get to choose from the actual map pool from the other maps remaining. A brick will spawn. And who knows? I kind of hope we get to see a game 7, Ghost.
I hope we do too. I will say in the total of, I think, 14 lobbies that we ran for open qualifiers between EU and NA, not one single lobby went to game 7. Now, that was open qualifiers, and the competition has certainly upgraded since then. So who knows? We could definitely see it here in semifinals. Now, I know players are, I think, ready actually to go into the lobby. So we're going to be starting our very first game here very shortly. Before we do, though, in terms of the open qualifiers, I've already talked a little bit about it. We had a crazy amount of players sign up. We're really excited about it. 7 total lobbies for each region with 6 teams in each of those lobbies, which is really cool. Tons of players trying to make it to today's stage. Again, if you won your group, since we had 7 groups, then you made it to this stage, no questions asked. And then if you got second, you likely made it. The top 5 of the 7 teams that got second in their groups made it to today. Now, there were some standout performances. I want to talk about Metal Brick Addiction in particular. There were several teams that were able to get both of their bricks very quickly. However, Metal Brick Addiction, obviously at this point, I think if you're a Delta Force fan and been watching esports, is almost a household name because of what they did with the Delta Force Invitational and what they did making it to China for that LAN event to play against global competition. And looking at their open qualifier stats, obviously really strong stats across the board. We had Space City as their best map overall, which does check out as later in the competition. Usually you're able to rack up a bit more action because you have to play for the Metal Bricks or, well, you're going to lose. They ended up picking up well over 20 million in total assets, but it was their kills category that was really impressive. 24 total kills and 4 average kills a map. When you're picking up, that's 1.6 mil every map just based on kills, and they were able to extract, and they were able to get both the bricks. This is not a camping team. Watch out for this roster. They know how to play objective and also slay out when they need to. So definitely a roster we want to keep an eye on. And we also want to quickly talk about some of the most popular operators as we were going through the open qualifiers. We took stats, we paid attention to all of them the entire time. And Tiff, talk to me about Zero Dam top operators. Get to see Raptor on that list.
Yeah, I love that. Okay, of course, a lot of players have been talking about the recon capabilities that Raptor brings to the table. Obviously, he was released with that Season 6 War Blaze that we are currently playing on that patch for in the esports side of things. So having that 24.5% pick rate to kind of launch stuff off makes sense to me, right? If you are using that Zero Dam map off the rip to kind of hone your loadout value and make sure that we don't go down early and then you're washed once that brick starts to spawn over in Brakkesh, then you need information. So that's why recon is incredibly important. I've been loving Raptor and what he brings to the tables to be able to support that. Nox, he's been growing on me. Look, he was slept on in some of our earlier seasons of the Delta Force Global League, and now that people are starting to really kind of figure out that ceiling for him, you're getting some good Nox players. I think it's a smart pick to kind of play him early in Zero Dam and maybe save some of the operators later once the Mandel Bricks start to spawn. And of course, D-Wolf, the comfort pick, been here forever. He's going to be great when you're just looking for those kills.
Yeah, and we have the stats for every map, which is really cool. And you got to remember, this is Zero Dam, so it does make some sense that you're seeing somebody like a Nox who can find some nice value when you're trying to potentially just take down all of the other teams or loot up in general. So you're going to see more assault operators. You're going to see operators that maybe can make some more individual hero plays to ruin some of the other teams. This first round, folks, this Zero Dam round is all about looting up. It's about getting your total assets up so you're going to be well equipped going into the first Mantle Brick round on Brakkesh in round 2. So these operators do make a decent bit of sense to me. I am curious. I'm going to challenge the meta that we just saw a little bit. I think Raptor has so much value in a competition of this scale and scope where information gathering is huge. The fact that people are burning Raptor in the first Zero Dam map doesn't make that much sense to me. I feel like Raptor is a decent value add for some of our Mantle Brick rounds, but hey, let's see what our semifinals team bring to the table, folks. It is time for our first game, and we are headed to Zero Dam. Woo! Woo, we sped through so much info for the people at home. So thanks for everybody for tuning in. Thanks for paying attention. And again, if you've got questions, let us know. If you didn't know, doesn't matter, but we are on a delay, so those questions probably won't be answered live, but I am certainly still going to be paying attention to the chat to help you all out as you pay attention to who you think is going to make it to finals. But Tiff, it's time for Zero Dam, and it's time to get active. We got to get our loot up. We got to get some assets.
Oh, we definitely do. And I love to go ahead and witness where those spawns are coming into check here for game number 1, since a lot of our teams are going to be focused on, like you said, getting their loot value up or maybe taking some engagements. Well, who could potentially run into each other first? It always really centers around that admin area. And you can see right off the screen the teams that are up there. Now, Mandelbrick Addiction, Major Substation, that's pretty close by. They could look for a nice third party.
Yeah, one of the things that we talk about with this format as well, you already see it looks like a couple players getting some red loot, which is nice, USB. But the one of the things we talk about oftentimes with this is who gets the T1 spawns. Tier 1 spawns is what that means, which usually is the best spawns. I mean, that's why they're called that. And so as you're looking at the map, you can see the DE, Uzbishka, Flarich, and co. They obviously got one of the T1 spawns, which is near the admin area. So they're playing around that admin area for loot early, and they're going to probably see themselves on top of the leaderboard if they're able to get out of the map. It looks like NBA or LT probably picked up the other one, likely LT. And LT has just decided to move up to the dam extraction and sit here for as long as it takes. Look, we talked about some aggressive playstyles and some not so aggressive playstyles. And this isn't an aggressive playstyle, but it can be a smart one. Some folks like to loot up and then get out to protect their assets after the first round, as this round doesn't have a metal brick, and LT's going to try to play spoiler.
I'm okay with the spoiler. I really am. But now that we've kind of talked about spawns, I'm also very curious to see if our stats for Zero Dam on the operator side of things is pretty on par with what we're witnessing. And when you immediately jump on with the first team, yeah, we're mirroring it. We are following the stat line.
Yeah, that was hilarious. We hopped on the first team and we saw the 3 operators that we saw majority picks in Zero Dam, which is, there it is, Raptor, D-Wolf, and Nox on this first roster here with Jin, which is hilarious. But looks like history is repeating itself. A lot of value from all 3 of these operators, I think, on Zero Dam, but Raptor in particular, you can get a lot of information with his entire kit. So definitely keep an eye out for Raptor plays across the map. You'll 100% see a lot of Tempest being played on the Mandelbrick rounds as well. So we'll keep our eyes out for that. But as we turn our eyes to DE, looks like they're going to be playing out around where you would do Wall Breaker and then potentially run into the back end of LT if they decide to push over to the dam extraction.
I'd imagine that Labubu definitely hears this all going on. You can see at the top that we do have just over a minute before that airdrop will be deployed. You're probably going to find either a level 5 ballistic vest or helmet, maybe some additional items. They're pretty good value if it spawns by you and you can just kind of pick that up with no hesitation needed. I personally would love to see an early game fight here, and I love that we've got Labubu, who did come in a second place in their overall. And if you're going to be patient, you really do need to do that. And honestly, this operator composition lends into this playstyle.
Looks like a gold bar there for Bulleret. And they actually are doing the Wall Breaker mission. Such a classic mission here on Zero Dam. And they're going to be completely uncontested from it. So you can see on the left-hand side, as we're kind of paying attention to our overlay, folks that have been watching some of our show matches, you'll see some of our esports overlays that are different. So you can see the assets obtained on the left is going to be from this map. Obviously, LT, Labubu team, has been sitting on the extraction the entire time, so they're at 0. And now
it's a strat. It's a strat, Coach.
It works. And now you can see their total assets. So this is what they've gained plus what they started with already there on the left. So we'll keep our eyes on that, and I'll keep you updated. But our timer's in the middle. You talked about airdrops, Tiff, while we're waiting kind of for some of the action here in this very first round. The airdrop is a very important piece to the puzzle. One of the reasons for that is being able to pick up tier 5 gold armor this early in the competition saves you a lot on cost. You also can't buy gold armor for the very first round. That is one of our rules. So if you're able to pick it up and use it for some of these fights, that's obviously a huge advantage. So definitely worth paying attention to. The other thing, though, that can happen, we see all the time when we're doing these competitions, is that the only way to get the AWM, obviously a very strong sniper, and its Lapua ammo is from those airdrops. And that can be a game changer weapon for some of the later rounds. You can extract with it, you can keep it, and then use it in some of the later rounds, but you can never buy more ammo or buy the weapon itself. So something to keep in mind as we go further into this competition is if anybody does get that AWM, it could be a game changer.
Yeah, and we've even seen people throw it away and deny that from other people in general. They're like, hey, I don't want to snipe here, but you know what? We're going to just toss it. But for Mandel Brick Addiction, they are looking at this airdrop and they're like, yes, we will take that spawn all day. Now, there will be a second airdrop that's going to deploy later into the map that will likely be bringing that AWM in. For this one, this is that potential for the armor that you're going to love. It's like a little bonus. So we'll see. Skydito doesn't have a ton of ammo, so I'm curious if they, or maybe focusing this airdrop, focusing a quick loot, and then just kind of get out and play for the next map with the Mandel Brick.
Yeah, there's been a modicum of different strategies in these kind of loot up rounds, if you will, which is rounds 1 and 3. One of the strategies I've seen, and I was watching a lot of the open quals, some players decide, okay, well, we're going to bring in blues and kind of loot a helmet, which is what you're seeing here on the left here for Mandel Brick Addiction. You can see their loot bottom left. Obviously wearing either no helmet or finding a helmet off of guard just for a little bit of help and bringing in some blues. Some folks bring in nothing to this round. They're like, look, if we die instantly, we basically lose nothing. So it's, you know, we still got our million. We still got our loss compensation. We'll have something going into the Mandel Brick round. And if we do end up getting anything out of it, then it's just a net positive. And so sometimes you'll see some folks just basically not bringing anything, going in almost as like a scav and maybe play for some of these airdrops. Now, obviously, we're seeing our first airdrop contested between LEG, Legacy, and Mandel Brick Addiction. We'll see who decides to move first.
Legacy does seem to be a bit more conservative on this. Now, something to note here is Mandel Brick Addiction went ahead and burnt both of their Nox operators, and the difference between Legacy is Legacy has Byron, so they've gotten a bit additional more movement for them. So to be conservative is interesting. Maybe they want Mandel Brick Addiction to get to the airdrop, open it up, and then they're going to swoop in.
Definitely the classic conversation when it comes to these esports plays is how aggressive are you going to be? High risk, high reward versus slow, methodical. Speaking of slow and methodical, LT just sitting in here. And DE knows that this is often the case. And in our first engagement, going to break out with a triple blaster and actually an EMP landing as well. Slow and patient. Trying to figure out the first angle that we can actually take. Again, it's a Byron, D-Wolf, Raptor versus LT for our first entry.
A little bit of ability warfare, and there's the smoke to kind of angle it out. Now, this is one of my favorite fights. It's going to happen towards that extract. Labubu team, they've looted just a little right now, okay? And they have been poised for this fight since the dawn of this map. Who's going to get that first opening? If Full Array does extend out with a bit too much of a shoulder, Aluris here is going to just be waiting to make this happen. But, D, can we get that shoulder peek? Can we get a little bit of that?
Once first blood has been taken, that's when all hell's gonna break loose. Off screen, by the way, it does look like the fight around the airdrop has started. I think it was Uvalier picking up an early knock, and Skydie actually cleaning one up as well. So Mandel Brick Addiction likely on top of that fight currently. We'll check in when we can, but don't want to miss either fight. A quick glance, and we do see, yes, 2 down, and the third quickly cleaned up. Mandel Brick Addiction make quick work of their opposition, not only winning a nice early gunfight, but also winning the airdrop. We'll check back in with them later, though, because the fight around the extraction, incredibly important as well. LT technically with a prio position. No third parties, which is often surprising, but the first push, maybe? No. Thinks better of it. Slow. Patient? No! Over peaks on the left-hand side. Now gonna get aggressive. Rusty goes to the right. Picks up one, but Bishka goes insane. Flourish. Bishka. They're gonna clean up all of LT and hardly lose any life for it. What a trade, and a slight mistake was punished instantaneously. That's how quick these fights can go down here on Zero Dam.
And it's one of my favorite for a reason. I'll say it again. And Dark Entities held their own so nicely throughout that. So they should have a really solid first map here on Zero Dam. You get the points for the kills. You get all that you need. Plus, you looted up a ton. Now, of course, we do have to start turning our attention back to Gen, back to Mandel Brick Addiction. Because not only that, but Mandel Brick Addiction got the airdrop. They got also the 400K for kills onto Legacy.
Yeah.
But here we go. Here's another one. What are they going to be able to pull from that?
Yeah, and this is the other key factor is that there's multiple airdrops on the map as the time ticks down. So there was one that landed a while ago over by Brick Addiction, and Brick Addiction with Legacy fighting them on the other side. Win the fight, win the airdrop. You can see them technically at the top of our game leaderboard as of current. Jin, however, completely uncontested at the second airdrop, and the second airdrop's the one that's got the AWM. So you see them pull that Lapua ammo that popped up, and they're going to have a ton of value from it. So both teams getting a lot of value, but maybe the AWM, the Lapua ammo, is a huge value add for them. Patience is a virtue.
Just under 7 minutes left in match number 1. Now, my thing is, are people going to start looking for their ways to get on out of here, right? They've done enough. Both of the airdrops have spawned. They've been pilfered through. We've got points. And I do see a member of BBX did go ahead and extract on out. Safe choice right there.
Yeah, this is something else that these teams do. And, you know, we only got 6.5 minutes on the clock, so you can see where all of our players are at. You can see Jin going for the extraction top right. Something that oftentimes the teams will do if they get a decent amount of loot, but it's not enough to fill everybody's bags, they'll just put it all on one player, and that player will just get out of dodge. Hey, we'll protect most of our loot value. The other 2 players will stay on the map. Maybe they even ditch some of their gear, some of the gear they brought in, and are going to stay on the map just to try to play spoiler. But quick look, there's that AWM, by the way. Very valuable for some of the later rounds. So Jin is going to say, well, we got exactly what we came for in this very first round. Let's get out of here. And that's exactly what they do. Chins gets out with the AWM. You'll be seeing that later. And look at the golds down there in the safe box here for this player.
Yeah, feeling pretty good about their total loot value. This is solid, right? When you think about the open qualifiers, some of our teams were only acquiring maybe 1 or 2 million total loot value in that first initial map of Zero Dam to kind of jumpstart their momentum. But if you look at it, Mandelbrick's already at 4.1, Dark Entity at 3.8, Stellar start, even with Labubu team kind of falling and not having really much to show for it because they placed their bets on taking that extraction fight against Dark Entities. They're still, like you said, Goj, you highlighted a ton at the top of the show. We can get them back in it. They'll get some things if they have some consecutive losses.
Yeah, and you know, I think that is actually a pretty good point as we see the one player from Jin got out. The other 2 are going to play around the dam extraction, which they're going to have to fight through the entire team of DE to do that. NBA likely also going to play for this dam extraction. And then the 2 remaining players from BBX also going to be playing for this dam extraction. So it's going to be... let's just say chaos, I think, at the end of this map. But it is a very interesting point for Labubu team. You know, they did get second in their group. They only ended up with 7 mil total at the end of their group stages. However, they were a team that got a mana brick. One of the few that got a mana brick as a second place team. We had a lot of rounds that only one team were able to get a mana brick, which is, you know, you're only playing 4 games in a group. So they actually were ahead of a lot of the other folks that played because they're able to play Mandel. So you don't have to go for massive loot value. And there you're seeing some value from using Raptor early.
Little hummingbird spy camera action, just trying to find out where they are. Which, this is another fight that we've been waiting to break out. Would Dark Entities make sure that we get on in there? For Gen, this is exactly where Labubu team had been situated, right? It didn't go well for Labubu team, but we're hoping that things do get swung differently for them. And if they can grab the resources that Dark Entities has, they're going to feel pretty good. But Kilo here looks like it's going to expire just before giving him the information that he truly wants.
Yeah, it was hard to tell if he saw a leg poking out or if that was just our X-ray helping us out there. But 2.5 minutes on the extraction clock, 3.5 on the overall. Means the fight is going to be utter chaos in the final moments here. But we'll be waiting patiently for that. Now, again, Jin has already gotten everything they wanted out of this map. They got the airdrop, they got the AWM, and that player is out of the map already. Right here, this is just going to be a cherry on top if they can get anything. If they can just get a kill here, that's 400k.
More drone action. Look, I feel like we just have the spy cameras. Everyone's just like, hey, I'm looking for you. You're looking for me. All is clear. We can kind of move up for now. But the time that this is taking for them to kind of wait until that very last moment, you already called it out. Mandelbrick Addiction, right? They've been making their way up towards the north. As you can see, you got Skydie and Uvalier down there, as well as BBX. Now, this is going to break out at the very last minute into madness and just... sign me up for that. Give me a first way ticket to it. Okay. And we're already opening it up. You can see they immediately shot that drone down, which gives the awareness of that team has moved into play. Now, Kilo does connect for a bit, but it has to dot down to hit the reload. Some utility going out to kind of try to section that off.
Looking for the first opening shots. Actually, a player weak from the back probably. Looks like Skydie getting involved from the backside of Flaherty&Co. DE in a bit of trouble, getting pinched from both sides. It is Skydie, full array, barely alive. Able to kind of skate out of there. Boldo actually taken down by a NPC. What just happened? Flamethrower cooked Boldo, and he's going to be crawling on the ground. Actually might be out of this lobby after dropping from earlier, maybe. But either way you look at it, it's going to be the fight over this extraction.
Still that 2v3. So Gen has to be patient. They have to look for an opening pick to tie the numbers back together. But the time is ticking, and we have to see it now. 15 seconds remaining, and there goes Full Array down and out. Back into that 2v2 that we were looking for.
Big push here. Schultz has the power position, and because of the pinch, Jin's gonna get paid in kind for this. There's Kilo picking up Uzbishka. Down goes the other member of them. They get out of the map, and they get the kills at the perfect time. Jin go huge. Kilo, Schultz, very well done to pick up the kills on DE, wipe the squad, 400k apiece. Insane work from that team to also get out of the map while picking up the eliminations. Now on the other side, BBX thought better of the engagement and said, hey, let's just get out of here. We looted up a bit, and we're going to make sure that we protect some of our loot. Insane work from Jin, man. What a great map from them, Tiff. You can see the rest of these two teams going to just try to loot up, figure out what they can, and Uvalier is actually going to try to hit the no backpack on the left-hand side and maybe try to get out as well.
Yeah, he's running. He is running. That time is ticking down. And yeah, drop that backpack, get on out, preserve what you can. And for the rest of Mandelbrick Addiction, hopefully that safe box was kitted out to the potential that you can make happen. Here we go. Uvalier, 5 seconds remaining. Get on out of here, mate. Oh, no! The time... It's not enough.
It was so close. I don't know how much loot that actually protected, but either way, very, very close. Great map for Zero Dam, folks. Again, with these non-Mandelbrick rounds, it's just about getting your loot value up, Tiff. And it was fun to watch how the teams were able to do that. I mean, I think Jin probably were the big winners on that map. They technically get out with all 3 players. They protect all of the loot they brought in and earned on the map. And they picked up a couple kills. And they picked up the AWM and the Lapua ammo. So watch out for Jin in the next couple maps. They're going to be kitted out.
The worst part about that is for Gen is they didn't get to loot Dark Entities to what they wanted, so they could have got some of the goods that Dark Entities had acquired for all of the looting they did at the start in admin. Regardless, you're right, Gen is the big winner. They get the kills. They did exactly what Labubu team tried to do earlier on in that match, and they did it down a player because one member from Gen had already extracted earlier on. So I love what I'm seeing so far.
Some early aggression around some of those airdrops, but in general, it was a patient waiting game to fight around the extraction point. Let's take a quick look back at some of the replays from that one. A fun map to get warmed up on. Now, for some others, it was more than just getting warmed up. It was an advantage going into the future rounds, but it started, of course, with DE. Dark Entities are a really strong team that had to fight from this disadvantageous position. Now, the first fight they took went their way against Labubu team, while on the other side, Mandelbrick Addiction take down Legacy to fight over the airdrop. Here's the fight. DE wins and NBA wins. But that's just the beginning of what will become an even more difficult map as we get deeper into it. Because DE, yes, they win the fight here, but how many times can you win from what I would call a disadvantageous position? Apparently only 1 out of 2 times. Here's Jin Chins getting out the AWM, gonna get out of the map. And on the other side, it was like a big question mark of how do we get involved here? How do we win from this position when now we're finally getting third party around the extraction? NBA comes in to play cleanup. Jin wins the fight and extracts, which was insane. And BBX also able to get out of the map. So a very fun map to start, Tiff.
Yeah, especially if you're BBX and Jen, you get all 3 members out of the map. You are poised perfection when it comes to that game number 2 once the Mandel Brick starts to drop. Now, it's good when you look back at the replays because you see what happens to DE in that particular moment. That fight that they were taking against Jen, sure, Jen only had 2, and it looked like it was going to be a nice fight to swing things in favor of numbers for DE. But with Mandel Brick Addicts kind of forcing the pace of that and actually picking up one of their members, that's kind of where things started to go south. Also, when Labubu team was holding them inside the extraction, I think they were more aggressive with that push up onto DE than I would say Jen was.
Look, sometimes people scam, all right? That's all I'm gonna say. Sometimes people make mistakes, and the first team to make a mistake, usually at this level of competition, gets punished for it. Folks, we're gonna take a very short break here in the booth. When we come back, we're gonna have scores, and we're gonna be jumping right into our very first Mandel Brick round. You're not gonna wanna miss it. Don't go anywhere.
Should we really be sending her to the front lines in her current state?
You ought to know her better. Lena Vandermeer, codename Vlinder. Role, support. Vlinder is a medical specialist from GTI Europe, specializing in pharmaceutical research, possessing outstanding medical expertise, and a strong sense of responsibility. Vlinder's med drones can be deployed to a targeted area, dispersing med-infused nanobots that restore teammates' health, providing them with an adrenaline boost. They may also be deployed on herself, following and continuously restoring her own health for a limited time. Her windmill smoke grenades are guided by gesture sensoring tech. Upon impact with a service, the grenades create a cloud of smoke, creating cover for teammates.
Smoke grenade out.
Vlinder's Flutter Rescue UAVs will automatically target downed teammates, administer medical injections when deployed. Once the injection is administered, Vlinder may approach the downed teammate and manually revive them. During deployment, the UAVs may also utilize their active defense system, automatically absorbing 1 instance of explosive damage per deployment, and applying a buff effect to Vlinder.
Counting on you guys! Vital signs stable. Prepare for rescue. I've got you! It's taking effect! I'm here! Feeling better.
one game already done. We're about to head into Brakkesh and Tiff. Zero Dam, it didn't disappoint as per the usual. This map is smaller. It is very fast paced. Our game timers are shorter. And I think generally speaking, yes, there was a bit of camping, but we saw some nice action across the board.
Yeah, and to be fair, I'm totally okay with camping. I'm totally good with you guys being conservative and sending one player out and just maximizing the loot value that you can get when you leave the duo in and kind of wreak havoc on the rest of the teams like we saw Jen do around that extraction to DE. I'm okay with that, but I do think you're right. Anytime that we're going to have those high octane engagements on Zero Dam, it is always around the extraction. However, Labubu team, they were the first to fall out there by the extraction. Unfortunate for them, but Jen did at least get a little vengeance for them.
Yeah, I think Jin was the big winner. I do want to take a look at our overall game scores from that game in particular to see who earned what and how much did they earn, if anything, to set themselves up for the future rounds. As expected, Labubu team did nothing on that game. Now, their total assets for the overall leaderboard will not be zero. Reminder, there's some loser compensation and there's also round resupply. So they're going to have something to buy gear going into the next round. But they didn't do anything. Reminder, they got the prio spawn. They went straight to the extraction point and sat there waiting on the fight. And they ended up losing the fight. So Zero does make a lot of sense there. Mantle Brick Addiction, technically the biggest winners after those kills are calculated and what they were able to put into their safe boxes and what they were able to get out with, if they were able to get out with anything. 3.8 mil, fantastic. But look at Jin, only 2 kills, 3.78 mil to start. And reminder, a majority of that is all balled up inside of that AWM and all of its ammo that dropped with it. So Jin, I think the big winners here, Tiff.
Yeah, they definitely did really well. I love that we're getting to highlight the fact that not only that, but they did get that second supply drop. Mantle Brick Addiction got the first airdrop, so good on them for making sure that to happen. Plus, they got 4 kills. Now, Dark Entities, of course, they did fall to Jen on that extraction for the last fight, but not with nothing. They still got a ton of value from those 3 kills. And you see where the other teams may have been more conservative. BBX coming in, didn't take any engagements. They just focused on getting their loot value up, extracting with no real engagements, and they're basically setting their sights forward for Brakkesh and when that Mantle Brick drops.
Let's take a look at the overall. And again, this is going to have everything calculated into it. So, of course, if you start with 3 million, it looks like you're going to be at around 3 million. So they do lose the gear they brought in, but they do get resupplied. It looks like right back to 3 million or very close to it. Legacy there as well, because they went down very early. Looks like they earned just a hair in their safe box to cover some of their costs. But everybody else gained in value. And I got to say, the 3 teams at the top, now with a pretty sizable margin, this is going to be a pretty big advantage going into another couple rounds where they're able to buy some of the gold gear that they want, extra ammo, bring in some extra loot. I mean, this is an advantage that may go very far in our very first Mantle Brick round. So watch out for these top 3 teams, BBX, Jin, Mantle Brick Addiction. Because of what they were able to do in Zero Dam, they will have an advantage going into Brakkesh and maybe will be the team that wins that first Mantle Brick. We'll see.
Ooh, I think those are all great shouts. But when I think about Mantle Brick Addiction, during their open qualifiers, their map on Zero Dam, their loot value wasn't that great. So we're already above where we were from the open quals here in the semifinals. And I'm great with that because Jen was seated higher than them. And so far, we're keeping it pretty level. So
well, let's take a quick look at the operator selection. Now, the way this graphic works, it's the same way it works in game for all of our teams. Reminder, every team can only use each operator twice total in this entire semifinals, okay? So if you look at Mantle Brick Addiction, we talked about kind of the efficacy of some of the operators on each map. Nox was chosen by a lot of folks on Zero Dam. I think one of the reasons is that they don't want to use him later. It's less about how valuable he could be on that round and more about, I don't want to use him on a Mantle Brick round. There's other operators that have more value for me. So they went ahead and used a Nox twice, got him off their list, and have everybody else that they can utilize. And their third, by the way, was that Raptor. So if you see an operator grayed out, that team will not be able to play that operator for the rest of the tournament. Anything else kind of jump out to you on this first page? I'm going to be honest, this looks a lot like what happened in the open quals, Tiff.
A lot of people decided they wanted to burn a D-Wolf and Raptor pick on Zero Dam, which lended straight into the statistics we were talking about at the start of Zero Dam, all about that 20-ish% range. I do love the double burn from Mandelbrick Addiction because they used Nox's kit all over in their engagements to really hone in, especially around that airdrop. Now, I do think that we're going to change things up as we move into game number 2 on Brakkesh. The Mandelbrick does spawn in, so you will likely see people focusing on not only recon operators, but the heavy movement as well.
Yeah, I totally agree. Quick look at the map rotation. Obviously, Zero Dam done and dusted. We're going to be heading to Brakkesh, and I want to talk very briefly before the game starts about spawns. This is an interesting conversation for one reason and one reason only. The only rules with spawns, it's randomized, but the only rule is that you can't get the tier 1 spawn back to back. So if I'm Dark Entities, I'm Labubu team, I'm actually probably a little bit annoyed that I got the T1 spawn on a map that doesn't have a Mandelbrick. So as we take a look at the predicted spawns for Brakkesh, Tiff, you can break it down for me. Obviously, this breakdown is just showing that Dark Entities and Labubu team, you're not going to see them at those T1 spawns, which are the closest to the brick. Based on our screenshot, you can see that Mandelbrick location just outside the museum. That's where you have to pick it up. So if you're not a T1 spawn, you got a little bit of work to do to get to that position to grab the brick.
Well, if you're Gen, BBX, and Mandelbrick Addiction, you are living your best life. Of course, Legacy does have the opportunity for a tier 1 spawn, but BBX, Gen, and Mandelbrick Addiction were the big heavy hitter winners from Zero Dam in terms of their loot quality. So would love to see what that's going to look like for them, and obviously who's going to be running over to Royal Museum first and foremost. But for the people that hit New Tower of Babel, well, Labubu team, it's an opportunity for you to fight your way north.
Fight your way north, maybe play for the decoding station. Let's take a look in the open qualifiers. Again, 7 lobbies, folks. This is what it looks like when you play a Mandelbrick round. We saw a lot of Toxic, we saw a lot of Tempest, and Raptor again chosen kind of back-to-back in the first 2 rounds. Again, I was talking about how valuable it is to gain information on these Mandelbrick rounds. This is one way to do it. Now, Tiff, we saw you casted, previous Delta Force Global Leagues with me. You casted some of our DFI competition as well. You know this format very well. When we did it last together, Tempest had just released and wasn't seeing a crazy amount of playtime. However, in the open quals and all of the scrims I've seen, Tempest is played. Somebody's got a Tempest on every single Mandelbrick round. Every time, at least somebody will be Tempest. One of the main reasons for that is one of her most unique abilities, being able to set a position, run forward, and then be pulled back. And I gotta say, can I just say how far this distance is? Anybody that plays this game knows the distance on that recall is ridiculous. So what you're going to see from these teams, I promise you, you're going to see it this round, is either going for the Mandelbrick or going for the steal. The Tempest is going to set the position, run in, grab the brick, and activate it, and go all the way back to wherever they set that position. So a very unique ability and something that will be a huge difference maker on this map. Watch out for Tempest. Last quick note before we jump into the map, folks, you gotta download the game. If you haven't tried out Delta Force, what the heck are you doing? Esports competitions are a lot of fun, and these were all open qualifiers. You could have been involved if you would have signed up. And of course, to do that, you gotta be good at the game. And to be good at the game, you gotta play it. So go download and get involved. Tiff, it's time for Brakkesh.
It truly is, and for Mandelbrick Addiction, I'm immediately looking down where that spawn is, down in New Tower of Babel with BBX. So who grabbed those tier 1 spawns? Well, Legacy already in the Royal Museum, kind of looking at that timer on when things are going to happen. You've got Dark Entities up in the north, and Labubu team, Cherrytown. For Gen, I'm taking that spawn all day.
Yeah, Jin and Legacy with the prio spawns, T1 spawns to kick things off here. And usually, I'm going to use this phrase probably too often, but I will use it here. The big question is actually, you see Scoop pick up 1.4 mil there, nice red loot. But the big question when you get a T1 spawn is fortune going to favor the bold? Okay, it's one of my favorite phrases for Delta Force because it truly is an idiom that I think has a lot of value. The big question that always comes when you get a T1 spawn is, are you going to be bold and immediately grab the brick and be the team that is kind of in control of where it goes and where everybody is going to play around? There are multiple decoding stations you could drop that Mandelbrick into, and so you get to choose. The problem with being bold is that we don't know if you're actually going to get fortune or not, because if you plant the brick, everybody converges on you. There's going to be third, fourth, fifth parties, even maybe all 6 teams fighting for it. So sometimes the team that gets the brick isn't the team that comes out successful. But it does look like at least Legacy was going to try to play pretty aggressive, because we do see several more reds getting picked up. Specifically, it looks like actually around the Tower of Babel, and then also from Jin, who are in one of those T1 spawns.
Oh, all right. This is it. Mandelbrick has been located over in the Royal Museum. Now, does someone grab it immediately and head towards a decoding station? Because this is where things get kind of messy. How many times on Delta Force Global League in the past have we seen people go to the market? It's pretty open, but even so, Asura Camp is equally devastating if you're trying to hold it down, especially when teams are playing Tempest more often.
Totally agree. Jin actually, by the way, I think they picked up a ridiculous amount of reds at their T1 spawn. That's insane. They're over at 10.4. That's their overall in the entire tournament, not just from this round. But if you look back on our leaderboard from last round, they've already gained over 3 million just in loot. This was all around Blue River Hotel. They haven't even moved to Museum yet. Now, Legacy getting really aggressive. They're going to go to one of the decoding stations that we see often in these competitions. They're going to go to camp. The Star Camp over here on the right-hand side. DE actually will probably be the first to address them, as it looks like Flourish is actually going to try to get an Overwatch position on the decoding station immediately.
I think that's really smart. Now, just look at the operator selection that we do have for Legacy as they move into Asura Camp. The shots, though, they're already coming through, so you have to set up now. They've got Toxic. They're deciding to get some of those engineers as well to hold things down, and I think that's going to be important. But if people are already trying to pull sightlines away from you, you've got to hold steady.
Yeah, in this Brakkesh map, 2 different modes of kind of interactions. One, if you draw the Tower of Babel spawn, you kind of usually just stay here. There's so much great loot here, and there's always a fight that happens in the Tower of Babel, and then everybody else fights around the brick usually for this first map. So, first Mandelbrick round, rather. So that's what you're seeing on your screen right now. NBA versus BBX. And currently in favor of NBA, somewhat as expected. However, BBX had a great first round in Zero Dam. So we'll see how this fight goes. Now, we'll keep an eye, of course, on our Mandelbrick, and we'll swap back over there if anybody decides to contest Legacy. You can see that timer top middle. That's 3 minutes on the clock before they earn the Mandelbrick. If it gets stolen, it'll go 3.5, and all of a sudden BBX is maybe in deep trouble, as there's only 1 player alive and only 1 player down on the side of Mandelbrick Addiction. It's going to be a 2v1.
After NBA was targeting the fact that they were averaging 4 kills per game throughout the open qualifiers, it's to no surprise they got it in match number 1. They're going to hit the triple swing, and Imperator is going to have to back on down. If you get triple swung like that, what are you supposed to do? BBX is just trying to hold on now down to a solo.
Here comes the pinch. Uvalier on the backside loses the gunfight. This was a risky play for the pinch where they didn't actually push at the same time. I'm not sure if that was a miscommunication or someone just trying to be a hero, but Uvalier is going to go down to yellow timer here. No questions asked, which is brutal for NBA if they want to play deeper into this map. If they want to play at all, Imperator could win this fight. What was a 1v2 turned to a 1v3, and it's now a 1v1. Now we've picked up Boldo, and no longer hearing the timer or the revive. He knows there's 2 people on the other side, but he also knows that they're at least somewhat weak. Can't really push the engagement, though, so they're going to totally repair, and we're back to a 1v2 yet again. Imperator made a huge play. I think, unfortunately, the only way he wins this engagement is if he would have gotten insanely aggressive right then, right there, and fought for the revive. Now, knowing it's going to be a full team, he's got to back off and just try to stay alive. Crazy stuff.
That could have been one of the most insane clutches for him, but BBX is just trying to survive, not thrive at this point in time. For NBA, a nice comeback. Of course, you do have to mind the fact that Legacy still has just over a minute left on that decode. There's no way NBA is going to head up to the north, but we do have Legacy holding down from the forces of Dark Entity.
Here it is, 60 seconds on the clock. So we were paying attention to the fight outside of the Mandelbrick. Here on the Mandelbrick, it's getting real mixy. Uzbishka able to knock 1. Gonna be playing for the steal here. Smoked up. They know they can at least lay down and reset the timer. The sense of urgency is certainly there, but oh no! A perfect chow from Scoob comes around and gets the trade, except over the top. DE perfectly executed. They know what they're doing. Legacy is out of here, and that means the decoding station was paused, and it gives Uzbishka time to breathe, get the reset, and now we're at 3.5 minutes. Welcome back, brothers.
But can we even breathe? Can we even breathe? They get a reset. It's great. The clock, you saw it pause there, but now that Dark Entities has it, we're still just above 3 minutes. It's allowing Gen time to set up now that they've made it just south of Osura camp. So you look at theirs. They got Toxic, they got Tempest, they got Raptor. I'm feeling good. They get plenty of information, a bit of aggression from the Tempest pick, and they've got to say, what is our course of action on this? Do we want to push for Dark Entities? How do we set up a trap?
Yeah, no, I think it's a really good shout. I think the other thing is, like, Fortune did not favor the bold there, I guess, to some degree. I also just think Legacy, unfortunately, took the fight in a wrong way. Here's the thing. When you're playing for the Mantle Brick, you don't have to battle on the decoding station. Your goal has to be staying alive. That is your only goal. So because we went for the immediate block on the first steal, we risk losing the game. And that's exactly what happened. If you're a Legacy player, somebody you look back in the VOD, DE perfectly set up. They went for the steal. Yes, they get punished for it, but they also had the position to repunish and then win because Legacy went for that chow so early. I think you allow the steal, back off, get to a good position. You can always steal right back. Got to be alive to do that, though. Obviously, it does look like off-screen. BBX out of the map as well. So we're down to the final 4 teams. Metal Brick Addiction way over there in Tower of Babel. Jin now fighting around DE. Jin, a reminder, had Prio spawn, so they're able to get here quickly. We'll see if maybe Labubu team comes and gets involved to try to make this a third party.
If I'm Labubu team, I'm pushing in. I want some of this action on a nice third party. For Jen, Chins does take a bit of damage and does reposition, but that's okay. I do love the conservative gameplay of this. There's plenty of time on the clock. It doesn't really have to be too crazy. Jen does get the steal, though. It is a nice moment.
Yeah, it's going to reset the timer, obviously, down to 3 minutes. If it gets stolen again, it's going to go to 2.5. I don't think we're at risk of running out of game timer. So, and this was a good job, by the way, of Jin to grab the steal and then back up. You don't have to play on the decoding station. It's much easier to get pinched that way. Jin knows we likely are going to get pinched from the backside, though. Speaking of third parties, it looks like the team in the Tower of Babel has decided to maybe come get involved around the Mantle Brick. They said, can we have our cake and eat it all in the same map? Well, we'll see. DE re-steals. There's our 2.5 minute timer. If it gets stolen again, it'll go to 2.
Ooh, the peak immediately sought out. Jen's holding that angle quite nicely. It was Skydie that I believe actually had pushed forward to end BBX's Apparador early on. That's unfortunate. Now Skydie last alone.
Yeah,
we saw a massive regain early on, though.
Yeah, it's actually Jin, by the way, getting that pick from distance. That's Kilo actually helping out on an accident to some degree, Metal Brick Addiction, by taking down one member of LT. Skydie in trouble, though. 2 down. Now, they're in red timer, so it's not the end of the world. But he's got to get to a position where he feels like he's comfortable enough to actually go for a res here. With LT not directly next to him, now is the right time while the fight around the Mantle Brick continues. DE currently in control of the Mantle Brick, but Jen also looking over it.
Oh, I thought we were about to see an implosion right there. So low, trying to catch Folare. Nice shots out there. Of course, we're just giving that information, pushing him back, maybe focusing on healing. But Dr. Schultz in control of this angle, but not in control of the timer. We have just over a minute to push forward and hit a re-steal back. Now, the reason this can be difficult is because you do have Mantle Brick Addiction at your back, who's back to a team of 3.
Back to a team of 3. Boo Boo team still down to 2. They're third on yellow timer, and it actually looks like Mantle Brick Addiction is actually cleaning up LT as we speak off screen. The fight went down very quickly. Uvalier was knocked here from Kilo. Chin's knocked by Flourish from DE. It's utter chaos on the map, but Labubu team is out of here. Mantle Brick Addiction regained and then wiped LT in quick fashion. Now Jin in trouble, fighting back against DE. It's going to be 3 teams left, all fighting around the brick. DE in control for the next 30 seconds. They have the brick. They're right next to it. NBA could swing around this right-hand side. That's what Flourish is worried about, so he's trying to get some information over the top. And Jin's going to have to make a move here shortly if they want to play for this brick.
And Folare is the first line of defense for D.
Here we go.
You can see the angle that he holds and takes down Dr. Schultz. A brilliant way to make that happen. Just 7 seconds remaining. It needs to be near perfect. So, of course, Chin's on the Tempest is going to full send closer if they can get there. I don't think it's going to be enough. And Dark Entities grab the Mandel Brick in Brakkesh. The first one on the table is theirs.
Very well done from DE to hold the position. They did the classic strategy. Play on the backside, play slow until the timer gets below 30 seconds. Then you can pinch in and play on top of the brick. Very well done. They get the Mandel Brick. We still have a fight on our hands. Dark Entities down to 2. Jin, the only team of 3. And it looks like Boldo, the only player alive here for NBA as of current, with 1 on red timer. Jin in a power position, but DE got the heck out of here. They got the Mandel Brick. Let's just protect some of our loot. And we're getting out of dodge. We don't even want to fight this anymore. We have a huge advantage on the leaderboard. Let's see what we can protect. We have some loot. We've got 2 players alive. We're going to leave, at least for now.
I have an idea. Let's leave. We already got what we wanted. For NBA, you have your last player there. You've got Jen. The best thing that you could do at this point is try to take out as many players as humanly possible. At least that's the way I would approach it. But I do see that we get a res. So NBA up to a duo. They're rotating down south. You've got DE over by Brakkesh Market. So they've still got a little bit of time on the table to maybe grab some different loots as they work their way up to an extract. But yeah, that was pretty solid. I love seeing an Asura camp decoding station.
I'll be curious to see what the rest of these teams do. Obviously, Jin is going to reap the rewards of being in the right place at the right time. Unfortunately, not going to get the Mandel Brick, but they're going to find a ton of loot value on the ground on some of these bodies. I do want to remind some of the other folks out there, if maybe you're watching for the very first time, we've upped the value of those dog tags as well. So if you extract with dog tags, you'll oftentimes see players put dog tags in their safe box, which you probably don't do when you're playing normal pubs. Each of those dog tags are 150k each. So definitely worth grabbing on your way out. Jin's going to get some nice value from this map and figure out what they want to do as they leave. Reminder, by the way, Jin was the loot goblins at the beginning of the map in the hotel. They picked up like over 3 million in reds at the very beginning of the game, which is pretty insane. So going to see Jin near the top in terms of loot value. But of course, Dark Entities now the team to beat as they have the only Mandel Brick thus far.
That's crazy. That is crazy, especially when you think about the later matches. Of course, game number 3, that'll be airdrop only. So it's not going to end in 3. The quickest they could close things out is 4 games, which I was saying, I want to go to game 7. I want to go the distance.
I don't think it will happen, but I will say it would be awesome to see. It is certainly
Humor
possible.
me a little.
I'd be down for sure. We haven't actually seen, again, I think we said this at the top of the show. We haven't seen a Game 7 yet. We played 14 lobbies in open quals between EU and North America, and not one of those went to Game 7. As we kind of increase in skill level and get closer and closer to finals, it's certainly possible. We'll check in with Group B and see how that's going here in a little while as well, but could see a fight over maybe the dog tag extraction. The very end here can only... Not everybody can get out through there. It looks like Dark Entities, by the way, sent 1 player out. I didn't get a chance to see which extraction they took, but got 1 player out of the map, so they're going to protect some of their loot. I think expectedly NBA and Jin going to just try to loot up what they can, stack their safe boxes, even if they don't get out.
He's like, well, let me go ahead and take care of that. And yeah, that's pretty nice. It's pretty nice. I like that safe box too.
Yeah, you got the model. You also got the gun. I mean, I'm telling you, Jin is stacked. Look at their total assets right now, 13.4 mil. They want to get out of this map.
And they're finding more reds for DE at least. Like, okay. You've got to for Boldo here from NBA. Things didn't necessarily go the best for them here on the first map with the Mandel Brick, but it wasn't bad, right? For getting that new Tower of Babel spawn, grabbing some engagements, like this is still a pretty solid map for them.
No, certainly. And again, leaving a player on the map just means, hey, we didn't need to extract with everything because I didn't have that much on me. At least not that much I wanted to protect. And hey, if I can get an extra kill, that's 400k, which is huge. Or find a nice watch for 209k, why not? Throw that in the safe box. It'll be good to go. Again, all of our players have a 3x3 safe box they can utilize as normal. So nice value there. Player's going to be distributing loot as per the usual. One of my favorite parts, by the way, Tiff, of this esports format is that it's so different in some ways, right? You're fighting over the mana bricks. They're like super, super important. They are the win condition of this event. But at the same time, it still feels like a normal operations you play in pubs because you lose your gear if you die.
Yeah.
So there's a lot of classic operations gameplay loop while also playing competitively. Speaking of competitively, holy, we peek out the court and all of a sudden we're trading blows. Chins goes down, Schultz goes down. Killo gonna have to be the hero here for Jin. Huge plays right now to try to get a double kill and is able to get 2 knocks and going for the res. Jin in a power position right now. NBA, deep trouble as they are both knocked.
Oh, here we go. Looking for the finishing touch on the Tempest player. There it is. Mandel Brick Addiction out. And Jen, after a pretty stellar map for them, they're going to get even more points for those kills. All within the very last few moments.
Yeah, that was huge. Yet again, by the way, that is back-to-back maps. And Schultz get out, by the way. I think that was the dog tag extraction. Crazy stuff here from Jin. I'm so impressed with this roster, man. That is the back-to-back maps where they've gotten a full team wipe right before they extract and still get somebody out of the map and pick up the kills in the final, 15 seconds of the map? I mean, ridiculous stuff from Jin. But of course, I gotta tip my hat to DE, Dark Entities, picking up our very first mana brick. They're at the top of the leaderboard, and now I can definitely expect Jin to be in second place.
We definitely highlighted them as one of the teams to watch coming into the semifinals here today. They've been formidable. Their engagements look great when it comes to fighting, but not only that, but they're taking the timing down to perfection. Of course, we had a team immediately jump on that tier 1 spawn, grab the Mandel Brick, take it over to Asura camp, and Dark Entities is the first team to basically chow for it, right? They do it well, they grab it, and even with Jen showing up, trying to go blow for blow and steal it, Dark Entities prevails, and the way that they backed off, you highlighted this, Goj. Backing away from the decoding station, you have Folaray there. That was just kind of like his line of sight, I'm sure we'll see in replays, was really nice onto Jen, that even with that swing they were looking to make, they just get mowed down.
Yeah, no, I think it's a really good shot. If you play on top of the brick early on that timer, you're going to get pinched, you're going to get third party. Let's take a quick look back on those replays and see what went down for Legacy as well at the very, very beginning, because they got aggressive. Here's the start. Legacy and Jin were the 2 T1 spawns. Legacy said, great, we're going to, with our T1 spawn, we're going to grab the mana brick and take control of this map. So that's what they do. They immediately go to the decoding station. They immediately start the decode while Jin is looting up. Now, on the other side, we had the fight for the Tower of Babel. This one wasn't really all that much of a fight, unfortunately. NBA wiped BBX nearly immediately, or so we thought, and then Imperator goes insane and picks up the double. He does still end up losing, but it ends up picking up at least some value for his team. So back to the mana brick we go here, Tiff, and this is where it was utter chaos. LEG had power position to start, but then they get trapped over the top. Flerich is able to get the kill after a trade with Uzbishka, and this is where this team DE takes control of the mana brick decoding station.
Yeah, Jen does steal it from DE at one point, Vera, like a stealth decoding switch on over. They do answer back when even NBA pushes up after making their way out of the new Tower of Babel. You're kind of like pushing the equation to Jen, making that faster. But here's that angle from Folaray I was talking about. Jen starts to swing on out. He grabs one, stacking that in their favor. And it is an interesting moment here. They played Nox on Brakkesh, and it wasn't one of the favored picks that we talked about at the start of this map, but I still think it was smart to do.
Yeah, I think so too. I think you can see some value from it. And then at the very end, we were like, well, that's it. We're going to go back to the Tower of Babel, throw stuff in our safe box, maybe take the dog tag extraction. Nope, we had a big fight, and it came out of nowhere for both of these teams. They both peeked out into the open, not expecting to see their opponents, but have very quick reaction times. Jin gets the better of their opponents and also gets out of the map. So crazy stuff there from Jin to pick up a couple kills to wrap up the map. As expected, our very first Mandel Brick round is fantastic. I loved it. So I am so excited for another one. Before we get there, though, we're going, for the very first time in esports, by the way, we're going to Tide Prison next. Not going to want to miss this map, folks. I believe we're going to take a very short break, get all of our scores in, get everybody ready to go for the next map, and then we're back into another airdrop round on Tide Prison. Be right back in just a moment.
Humanity's greatest inventions have been born from a longing for better lives. Nuclear power to light our homes, seismic waves to map the Earth's core. Yet we never quite learned how to wield our potential, invariably turning it against ourselves. Whatever the outcome of this battle, we have once again demonstrated this truth to the entire universe. A titanic force wrought by human hands and slipped from our grasp.
Crust is extremely unstable. Be prepared for a big one.
All units evacuate the area.
This was caused by Havoc. Destruction of their tremor system is crucial.
All units, defend the key objective. The crust is extremely unstable. The next one could be a major quake.
The enemy has activated the device. We're detecting a massive quake on the way.
Ma'am, you cannot stay here. The aftershocks are still continuing and the evacuation zone will be closed soon.
I only know that my child is buried here. Signal detected.
Ma'am, be careful! The earthquake's coming again.
My child is still in there.
But both GTI and Havoc rescue teams have already searched the area. It's too dangerous for you to go back in.
I have to go back.
We must get that brick next time.
Welcome back to the Delta Force Global League Season 4, folks. It's EU Semifinals, and I gotta say, it's been a blast so far, Tiff. Already, we are 2 games into Group A, and both rounds were fantastic, but Metal Brick rounds are my favorite, and it did not disappoint. Let's take a look at some of the scores from Group A. We just saw it on broadcast. Here's a look at it. Dark Entities capture our very first Mandel Brick, which is a huge win for them for many reasons, but they're going to be at the top of the leaderboard no matter what in total assets. But Tiff, walk me through the rest of this leaderboard, because it is a little crazy. This is just our game leaderboard from the last round.
Yeah, Jen was able to get a lot of value solely based around the fact they had 5 kills. They had a couple of reds on par, but when you think about their engagements that are occurring in the last 20 seconds of a map, just don't fight Jen in the last 20 seconds of a map, and you're going to be great. But regardless, they're going to have a ton of value, like I said, from those kills. Legacy, I'm okay with the fact that they have just under 1.3 mil total assets because it wasn't the best map for them. After getting a tier 1 spawn, they immediately grab the Mandel Brick and they get wiped on the defense there. So we're holding steady. Labubu team, I'm gonna need to bounce back. I really am.
Yeah, what's so interesting to me is Mandel Brick Addiction. They pick up 5 kills. Folks, that is 2 million. And they must have brought in some heavy hitting gear. I mean, they were up in loot value to 0 dam. To still go negative technically on the game means that they lost some real big stuff there at the end. So let's take a look at the overall leaderboard. Of course, you'll see some positive numbers for everybody because there's round compensation and different ways to earn some extra cash. But in general, as expected, Dark Entities is at the top of the leaderboard because they have the Mandel Brick. However, top of the loot leaderboard by a mile, by the way, is Jen. Look at that. Obviously, 7 kills helps, but they have been finding reds left, right, and center. They had that IFV model. They also had the gun model. I mean, they were looking fantastic on the map in the last round, plus the kills they got to be at 11.6 million. And then Mandel Brick Addiction kind of leading the charge of the bottom half of this leaderboard at 6.7 with a ton of kills as expected. Reminder, we looked at their open qual stats and they were averaging 4 kills a game. And so it is not a surprise to see them in third. I am surprised to see them in third by a tiny margin and pretty far behind the top 2 teams though.
Yeah, they are above average on those kills, but that's all right. They still have plenty of time for those Mandel Bricks to go their way, especially if you're addicted to getting Mandel Bricks.
That's right.
We're good. We'll satisfy that. For Group B, though, Coach, you were talking about French Mafia in particular. Of course, we don't get to see them just yet on that main stage, but I'm loving the scoreline that we're getting thus far out of them.
Yeah, look, this is somewhat expected. Yes, I saw some people asking in chat. We are watching casting over Group A today, but we're going to be checking in with Group B when we can. And this is one of those moments. This is a pretty similar story, actually, to what's happening at Group A. The numbers are just a bit higher. And for French Mafia, they get the first brick. Obviously, they died after the fact and are now on very low assets, but they have a Mandel Brick. Here's the thing about both of these leaderboards that I think is worth mentioning already, even though we're only 2 games in. Technically, it is not 100%, but getting a Mandel Brick increases your chances of making the finals exponentially. To make finals, you just got to be top 3 in your group. So getting a Mandel Brick at all is a huge win and a pretty good chance that you're going to make it into the finals. Not 100% certain, but a pretty dang good chance. There's a total of 5 Mandel Bricks total possible in a competition if we go all the way to game 7. So getting a Mandel Brick means you're probably making finals, but not 100%. Let's take a look at the operator pool. Back on Group A, we're going to go back to the teams we've been talking about. Of course, we'll check back in with French Mafia and everybody else in Group B a little while later. To talk to me about this, obviously, Raptor off the table for a lot of folks, and D-Wolf off the table.
Yeah, for BPX and Dark Entities both, they're lost out on D-Wolf, they lost out on Raptor. But do you really get to say they lost out on something with those operators actually netting Dark Entities a Mandel Brick? So if you were saving Hatclaw or Tempest for some of those Mandel Brick rounds, well, you still have those in play. For Mandel Brick Addiction, they still wiped out Nox and they kind of spread things out accordingly. If you want to save that Raptor for a later round for Mandel Brick, I think that's great as well. I am looking to see what that potential looks like with Tide Prison being the first time that we're seeing it in the Delta Force Global League. What people are going to play, I would imagine, since this is just an airdrop only round, they're going to maybe burn some less than expected, right? We want to save our movement, like I was saying, for the Mandel Brick.
Yeah, you're going to probably save Tempest. You're probably going to save someone like a Luru who gets a lot of value with those incendiaries. But let's take a look at the maps overall. Of course, after Tide Prison, we're headed to Space City until Game 7. It's going to be utter chaos, of course, on Space City. Some very long sight lines, a totally different mode of play than Tide Prison. But Tide Prison is going to be a lot of fun. This is an airdrop round. Now, Tide Prison is a map we haven't seen in the competitive scene yet. And what I'm very excited to showcase with Tide Prison is it being an airdrop round. Now, there's two things that are unique about Tide Prison. Obviously, we haven't seen this yet on Brakkesh or Zero Dam. You can swim in the water now, okay? So if you're on Tide Prison, you're gonna be swimming in the water. We have that helicopter extract wide out in the open around the water. It's gonna be some fun stuff to talk about. But before we get to all of that, let's take a look at the spawns as well. Because yes, it's an airdrop round. Yes, there's a chance to earn the AWM, which we'll talk about. But we'll see who gets T1, who gets T2, T3, etc. Until if you can talk me a little bit through this. Again, Jin and Legacy are T1 spawns on Brakkesh.
Ooh, look, I'm not going to hype anyone up thinking that they're going to get tier 1 spawns. If I'm Labubu team, do I really want my tier 1 spawn to happen an airdrop only round? Not really, especially when this is that regain. For them, they need to get some kills on the board. You have to have some engagements that are going to actually go your way. So when you do go to get the Mandel Brick and you're defending at that point, you're already confident, because right now, hasn't been the best starts, but that's okay. There's still plenty of life left in these semifinals. For Jen, I want tier 2, right? I've already had some good luck, especially with dark entities. We're good with tier 2.
Yeah, I think so as well. Getting a T1 spawn on a non-Mandel Brick round is a little bit of a bummer. It just changes the flow state for your team. But taking a look at our operator choices in the open quals, folks, good grief. If you're playing Tide Prison, you're playing Hat Claw. Holy cow. Almost a 40% pick rate on this map. And again, you only see this map one time, which means 40% of the time this map was played, you're seeing a Hat Claw on the map. Noct, Shepard. These operators make a lot of sense to me in terms of pick rate. That third one, though, 8.3%, is not an insane value, which means the third operator is pretty variable, I think, for most of the teams throughout the course of the open quals for Tide Prison. Over the 14 times that we played this map, I suppose, over the course of all of our 14 lobbies, because we only played it once, that Shepard operator was chosen 8.3% of the time. So some fun stats there. I think those make a lot of sense to me. You're not going to necessarily be running Shepard for some of the other Mandel Brick rounds. You've got Aluru, which maybe is a little bit better of an engineer operator in terms of playing around the Mandel Brick with the incendiaries, or the personal guided missile is what I call it, that you can throw around the map. So even the deployable cover that Aluru offers, probably not going to see a lot of Alurus on Tide Prison. Now, Tiff, I was yapping. I'm a professional yapper, but I was yammering on about how Tide Prison is different. One of the things that makes Tide Prison different as well is how you get the AWM. There is an airdrop with some tier 5 loot, some really good stuff, but on this map, you run a GTI supply mission. It's a literal mission in-game. You guys know the mission. It doesn't have GTI in the title when you're playing Prison on your own in public lobbies, but here it has the GTI title because it's even more important. If you complete the mission, that's how you earn the AWM, and it's ammo. So probably going to be seeing a fight around that mission. We'll keep our eyes on that as everybody loads into Tide Prison and, well, is going to have to go get their loot breaking out of their jail cells.
Well, it's got an 18-minute timer for all of the fun things that Ghost just mentioned. And for those that may be spawning nearby themselves, well, get into some early action. For BBX, your first fight may not have gone your way, but you've got dark entities on the other side, and I think this is a great moment for you to shut them down.
Already a red picking up by Skydie there, 173k. We'll take it, throw it in the safe box, and move on our merry way. BBX and DE. I will say BBX has found themselves in early engagements, and over every single map, this map is no different. Airdrop coming in about 3.5 minutes. But right now, it is playing for kills. Every kill, 400k. We've got a Seniva for the first time on the opposite side. That's getting reports from our production team, Tiff, that during the open qualifiers, Seniva was not played very often. The actual statistic is Seniva was selected 19 times total out of the total 1,035 possible times Seniva could have been chosen.
So we're here for a good time, basically, Sunray. We're going to just set up and just make this fight against dark entities as difficult as possible. Now, of course, we do have Hat Claws on either side, which was that 39.8% pick rate that we saw in the open qualifiers. So love that we're staying consistent in that realm.
Ooh. Opening shots could go to Sunray here. Has eyes on Full Array. In my opinion, one of the most value adds for or most important value adds for Seniva is that you can actually peek corners for your team to get information behind your shield. So
True.
It is very helpful, of course, that Seniva was peeking with gun out because he wanted to get the first knock, but it ended up going his way. Take a look at our Warden here, hanging out with his troops. Imperator trying to figure out what do we want to do. We have this engagement we have to fight, but we're also trying to loot at the same time, and Sunray is doing the exact same thing.
It's like, Legacy gonna find a red for themselves. Nice little 200k value. Good look at the map so you can see where they have achieved themselves. Dark Entities disengaging from BBX. This is not worth our time here. Focused on up, especially 3 minutes into the map. Now that first airdrop is going to land 6 minutes after match start. So just about what, like a couple more minutes. You can see that timer is 1 minute 30 until it starts to land down. Now I was curious, Ghosh, are people going to go for that GTI supply operation?
I know. I think it's available here in a little while. You see at the bottom where BBX is. That's that operation that we're going to be playing for. So BBX is in position to do that. Obviously, they have oppositions on the other side. That timer will elapse here in a little while. Now, of course, speaking of the extractions, there's several ways to get out of the map. The helicopter extract is the most infamous one, in my opinion, on this map. It's wide out in the open. It is very fun to play for. That platform, that island almost floating out in the water. Scoob finding some red. Sure, we'll see a fight for that near the end of this game. You saw some of those timers. If you have noticed, by the way, maybe you're paying attention to esports for the very first time, map timers are a little bit different in esports. The overall game time is quite a bit shorter. I think it's 18 minutes in total. 20 minutes, actually, I believe, for Tide Prison, but every map is 20 to 18 minutes, so quite a bit faster, which means all of our extraction timers that you're used to in pubs are a little bit different as well. Reduced to fit within that timer. Rusty picking up 285k, another red found. Very well done.
Reds all across the board. At least Labubu team getting some value. Ooh. I think it's Legacy that's found the majority of the red thus far on this map.
Our scoreboard on the left is total assets, so it's going to continue to maintain the same flow that we saw from the leaderboard. And a Brick Addiction finding a decent amount already to go up to 9.5. But you're right, Legacy's actually closed the gap quite dramatically.
I think that they are just kind of waiting out to make that happen.
Yeah, they're waiting for the mission. Going to be playing for this mission. You can hear the alarm for the mission sounding as well. BBX going to go through our mission to play for the AWM. Obviously, you can now see the mission is active, so they can do it here. We'll see what they're able to get from it. Obviously, AWM is going to be the reward. The big question is anybody going to chow them? Here comes the airdrop as well. Couple positions where the airdrop can land. This one looking like it will not be landing in the water. I think is good news, which is good news. That is one of the positions the airdrop can land, I believe, out in the water, kind of near the helicopter extract.
Honestly, I would be okay with it. I would love that chaos that it would bring, but that's fine if we're not going to see it. You're right, 2 of the spawns for potential of the airdrop are in the water for Dark Entities. They're just going to go ahead and practice their first bits of swimming lessons here, guys, in the Delta Force Global League. Now, good rotation, though. It's a safe way to make this happen.
Mission has started on the other side of walking the Warden. And DE is going to go swimming way around. Now, here's a look at the timers. Pay attention to them. 6 minutes, 45 seconds and counting is when that helicopter extract goes off. That's when it's available, okay? So that's going to be, looks like exactly at 5 minutes left in the game. We'll keep an eye on that timer. That's where the action is going to be going down. And you can see the underwater extract around the construction area is in 1.5 minutes. Of course, you can pull the levers for the pipes, but patience from a lot of these teams, as expected. Just trying to get our loot up.
They do have BBX. Like, they're lurking around. You can hear the feet as they run as well. So I think it's smart for Jen to just kind of lay low. You really never know what's going to happen, especially in this area of the map. You do have a Nox on Dr. Schultz. So you do have kind of that stealth ability that you can pull through on BBX depending on where they kind of land.
We saw a quick look at our boss in the X-ray there. Waltzing around down below in the prison. The Goat Raven. Dude, that guy was scary when he first released on this map. I saw so many streamers getting one-tapped by him.
Still scary.
Awesome.
So fun. This is where I kind of wish I could hear their comms of like how they're basically wanting to go through this. For the most of the engagements that we've seen from BBX, they haven't gone their way. We've seen Imperator try to clutch up towards the end of those, but I think this is a moment where they're like, hey, let's use the data knife. Let's see if it connects here. If not, do we keep on pushing through?
And again, I mean, the goals of this map, right? Obviously, if you can get stuff out of the airdrop, you can get the AWM out of the mission, fantastic. BBX obviously sees with Hat Claw, we've got some operators close by, and it's actually two different groups. You can see NBA actually about to breach the corner here. Sunray knows it. Again, Sunray's on the Seniva, so he's going to peek with the shield, get the information, and NBA probably sees him as well. There's the Seniva operator. They know there's an engagement. Reminder, Jin is not too far away as well. There could be a third party, and actually on the minimap, you see that Labubu team could get involved here around mid-map.
This is why I think Hackclaw is so important, because of that decoder to be able to give you the information, right? Now that BBX has already lost out on Sunray, you're down at 2, and it's a Rishkin and Imperator that have to kind of clutch on up in this moment. So you want to play as the duo. NBA, they're really confident in their fights. They've been performing above average in terms of their kills, so they're going to full send this.
Oh, Imperator is 1 HP in a dream and gonna have to back off. Both teams had a Seniva operator. Unfortunately, the player down here for BBX is their Seniva, so they're gonna play around Boldo. NBA is to push up, have a bit of cover, and try to grab some information, peeking these corners. Imperator on the right-hand side could catch them by surprise. Probably is repaired up at this point.
Ooh. And they have this. This is off the back of Boldo. You pull out the guide. And sure, that's going to make you push back just a little, but all it does for NBA is allow them to set up that trap. Uvalier is still trying to make that happen, gets flashed out into oblivion, and that's okay. Still healthy, still allowing the other two dames to set that trap, and they swing in on this, and Imperator is like, I am trapped between a rock and a hard place, and the beatdown commences.
Good morning, Seniva here to report. This is before the Seniva rework. I still love this operator. It is so comedy when you just knock people down over and over again. Obviously, with player advantage, NBA had a huge advantage for that fight, but also having a Seniva to kind of walk forward and say, no, you don't, while you're trapping from both sides, means they're going to win that engagement. Yet again, BBX out early. Mandelbrick Addiction finding some nice early value. I say early. Only 7.5 minutes left on this map. It feels like the beginning of the map. But slow and patient paid off, and the early engagement, the early blood, gave them the advantage they needed to win the gunfight. So NBA goes out on top in that fight. We'll see if they end out on top at the end of this map.
It was a clean fight for them. You think about some of the fights that we've witnessed in our earlier games, right? NBA often having a player go down to their final player, and they have to reset. Then they go fight another team, lose out on a couple, hit a full reset. This is the cleanest fight I've seen from Mandelbrick Addiction thus far, and that's okay. We can clean things up, tighten it up once we get into that Mandelbrick round even further. Now, to Dark Entities, they've been pretty quiet here over on Tide Prison, but they still have some assets. They're up about 1.2 million. Elsewhere, you've got Jen still pulling reds.
Yeah, and they actually just pulled the Lapua ammo, so Jin's just pulled from the mission the AWM. So AWM in hand, likely you're going to see that picked up here shortly. Oh no, it's on our screen right now. Thank you, production. I was looking over on the right. Lapua ammo being pulled and distributed. A nice boon for this team. Jin already leading the charge in total assets. Obviously second on the leaderboard. In position to be in a huge advantageous position from a loot standpoint going into the next Mandelbrick round. Here's the thing, the classic conversation when somebody gets the AWM. You don't want to have to use it this round. You want to get out of the map if you can. So I'll be very curious to see what Jin does. Last time this happened, player was able to get out of the map and they left 2 on the map to try to play spoiler. That's what happened in Zero Dam. This time around, let's see if they decide to play together or do the exact same strategy.
Didn't they pull the AWM from the earlier airdrop as well? So be curious to keep tabs on how they are going to use those in later matches. Now, Jen is still working up towards that northern construction area extract, but if you're keeping your eye on that top right of the map, so is Mandelbrick Addiction.
Yeah, this is what I expected. So I think Schultz has the AWM. Schultz is going to go out through the no bag extract in the water here. It's just a 10-second timer. It's no big deal. And is not alone. Does look like Mandelbrick Addiction is actually on top of them, but he is still going to get out. They were hunting for him. Get out of here. Get out of Dodge. As expected, Schultz gets out with the AWM, out with its ammo. And like you said, they are the team that had the AWM in Zero Dam as well. They have potentially 2 AWMs to use and a ton of ammo. Uvalier finds an angle, though, and they're going to punish Jin for at least getting some value on the map. And almost takes down both. NBA are hunting down their opponents. These are 400k apiece.
They're like, yeah, so we haven't gotten our 4 kills from this match just yet. I would really like to make that happen. We're situated at 3, but we've got 4 in our sight lines. Now for Jen, you can see they've already hit the res and they are running.
Yeah, I would too. I mean, this is just, yes, you had somewhat power position playing on that ladder, but you're down 3v2. You know that. You just got your player out. Jin's already succeeded. Jin has had a fantastic map already. Anything else they get right now is just a cherry on top. So I think they're going to try to play spoiler, but to do that, they got to play for an extraction here. 4 minutes on the clock. Reminder, helicopter extract had already started. You can see the timer on it right now. 60 seconds starting now, where we're at right now. DE is going to try to get out of the map via helicopter extraction on this island out in the water. No bag extract already went off. That was Jin. So now you have to pull the levers for the pipes if you want to get out if you're not going to play for helicopter.
It looks like we're going to see those levers start to get pulled here. So a couple different teams going for either or. I love that Dark Entities, we saw them down in the water looking for that rotation over to West Lookout area about 8 or so minutes ago. And so they would be very familiar with the fact that the south side was relatively uncontested. So just taking that helicopter extract is everything that they needed to do. You don't have any points coming from kills, and that's okay because you were able to loot up just fine and get out so you can focus on that Mandelbrick in the next game.
Yeah, I actually pretty impressed. Surprised maybe is a better word that DE gets helicopter extraction for free. But you're right, because all of the action was on the north side, nobody's going to come down here and think, I'm going to be able to make it to that platform for free. Somebody's going to be camping it. DE all get out, keep their loot, pick up 1.3 on the map, and they're chilling. Now, the lever had been pulled. We got a pipe extraction on the north side of the map through control, and now we're fighting for that extract. Look at the timers very quickly. Extraction point, 220. Overall map, 245. Gotta get out via this pipe.
Ooh, but for Legacy, you got 2 knocks as you're burning them finally. You've got a bit of Silent, but that knock onto Alurus is going to be critical for this, but a couple moments of the stun, the visual clutter, but Easy still trying to navigate through it.
Nice trades here. Rusty's able to pick up Scoop, but I think they're going to get the trap and the trade. Very well done. Of course, LT will pick up at least 1 kill, which is 400k, which will help them out a little bit, but they do get full wiped here. LEG in a bit of trouble, though, because Jin's coming in with 2 players, not 3, against 2 others. Unfortunately, it looks like LG's shooting nukes, man. Like, Lynx picks up Chins immediately, even though he was, I believe, repairing armor and healing up, still gets the trade, and now it's a 1v2.
These are fickle, right? When your 2 Nox players are both up, you're just trying to hit the finishing touch. There goes Chins, now in a 2v1 situation against Kilo. You've already got some flesh shots on him. You've got the information of where he is, and for now, I think you take this extract. I think you get it. You've done enough. Kilo might just go for broke here at the end of it, but with you've got numbers, you've got basically him whittled down. You full send this, but look who's here.
Yeah, and that's NBA picking up that kill on Kilo, which is huge. And Boldo says, I will take that loot. Thank you very much. You're not getting any extra loot from that body, that's for sure. Now, it is a 3v3. LAG has fully regained and have position over the extraction point. Boldo with Seniva can be able to help out his team a little bit to get information, provide a bit of cover to get to the next visual cover that they can find to actually play for this fight. Boldo is taking a bit of damage, though. Link's trying to put whatever they can down on the Seniva operator so the fight's a little bit easier. Getting to power position, but flash for it, easy. Has no clue what's going on, so just goes prone. 20 seconds.
20 seconds, Goj. That's so important. You have minimal time to make this happen. Down to the final 10. The Funda push comes through. Link's down. Mantle Brick Addiction are so scary when it comes to these fights. Still in a 2v2. It's an all-out dive for the extract. And look at Uvalier just taking him out before it.
Holy cow, Mantle Brick Addiction pick up the full team wipe, and they were maybe a meter away from sneaking in. And the other thing NBA was able to do, had the wherewithal to pick up the team wipe, and Skydie still made it to the extraction point. Unbelievable job from Mantle Brick Addiction to get a ton of kills and still get one player out. Very, very well done. What a map. What a Tide Prison rep. That was nuts. Some really, really high-level moments that made for a very engaging non-Mantle Brick round.
Dude, Mantle Brick Addiction is scary. They have just been like reaping our lobbies, grabbing all of the kills. And now that they're feeling really confident in that aspect of Delta Force, let's go ahead and throw a Mantle Brick down on our next game and see if they can keep up that aggression and take a Mantle Brick for themselves.
Yeah, there's a lot we could break down with that map. I think, namely, the main thing I want to focus on, because it was a non-Mantle Brick round, is, yes, NBA went huge. They picked up a lot of kills. They played spoiler to a lot of people. Every kill is 400k, and you're making your opponents drop a ton of loot value. Kills are so important. However, Jin had a fantastic map to set themselves up well for the rest of this competition. We could be done next round if DE gets the Mantle Brick. This entire group will be over. However, if I'm Jin, I have 2 AWMs. I've got enough ammo to support both, theoretically. I think it's like 20 rounds now. I think you get 10 rounds per lob or per map that you pick up the AWM. So they can go in with an AWM and half the ammo. And even if they lose out in round 4, they can do it again in round 5 and play for the Mantle Brick. And I think the AWM is going to find a lot of value on Space City. So a lot to talk about. Let's go back on the replays, though, and showcase some of the finest moments from the map. It was an odd one. There were a lot of early engagements. We saw a mission going down, getting an AWM, but DE played it safe, and they got a little lucky that most of the action was on the north side of the map, and they just got out for free via the helicopter extract.
Do you think that they feel lucky on that? They probably wanted to take some of those kills and stagger that in their face. Now, for NBA, constantly finding value out of the grapple here and then beating BBX down, that one hurts to see. Now, I do love that they sent Jen, Dr. Schultz out early. So, of course, this is that initial fight where NBA rolls up. It's a 3v2. They get a pick. Jen resets and hits the runaway. Now, everything occurs over the pipeline extract in the north.
Yeah, and this is where things got mixy. When you pull that lever, it can go to one of the 3 pipes on the map, and it goes to the northern pipeline. And this map, this part of the map that you fight on is so fun to watch. There's a ton of cover, a ton of outplay potential. And here was the early engagements in that fight. At the very end of it, though, LEG said, let's just get out of here. And Scoob almost makes it 2 seconds on the clock. ABA gets the wipe, and Skydie gets out into that pipe just in the nick of time. What a way to wrap up Tide Prison. A lot of fun to watch. And some of these teams got a ton of loot value, by the way, from that map. It's going to set them up for success going into the next round on Space City, Tiff.
There were a lot of smart decisions, especially when we had kind of that earlier looking at the replays, BBX and Dark Entities, right? Dark Entities decides, hey, maybe this isn't a good idea for us to take this all-out brawl down here. We're going to just kind of carve our path on out. They secured the south, they got on out, and they tee themselves up for a potential 4-game series.
Potential 4-game series. For it to be a 4-game series, though, DE has to get the Mantle Brick in the next round. It is Space City, and everybody's back is against the wall besides DE, folks. You're not going to want to miss Space City on main stage here in just a moment. Don't go anywhere. We're going to be right back after a very short break.
operator. We must get that brick next time.
Welcome back to the Delta Force Global League Season 4, folks. EU Semifinals, a banger thus far. Here's a quick look at our Group A game leaderboard. Tiff, crazy stuff from Mantle Brick Addiction.
I know, because I'm looking at my notes from that match that I wrote down while the game was going on. NBA killed so many. That's what I wrote, just so many. I took time to write that massive sentence down, and it was 7 kills. And I 7.2 total assets from that game. I like it. The only thing I don't like about it, of course, no Mantle Brick yet. That's totally fine, though, because there's only been a chance for 1, and Dark Entities did have that. They're down in 4th overall from that tied prison map. Now, the reason that is, it was just a safe map, right? A nice 3.2 million in total assets for them. They took the helicopter extract, and they're just playing the long game. Labubu team, this is a good boost for them, right? They got a kill. They went up 3 million. They just needed a bounce back in terms of all the quality of that they lost in those earlier maps.
Yeah, and again, if you take a look at DE, for a team that has a Mantle Brick already, they're just playing protect their loot right now. They have a decent amount. They pick up another 3.25. They protect the loot they bring in, and they're going to be feeling good to go into the next round. And so the game leaderboard here is nice, but the overall leaderboard is what matters. And of course, we see DE at the top because they have a Mantle Brick. But the gap has been closed on Jin by a sizable margin. Look at the kills that Mantle Brick Addiction has. 16 kills, folks. I can do quick math. That is 6.4 million in loot value just from kills. Ridiculous stuff from Mantle Brick Addiction. Here's the thing, though. After all of that work and all of those kills, they are right now barely qualifying for the finals if the tournament are in right this second, which of course it is not. They are only about 5 million above Legacy, which is a sizable margin, but they're still behind Jin for that second place position. Top 3, though, make it to finals. So we're going to be paying attention to the next round, of course, because if Dark Entities puts it away and grabs both Mantle Bricks, it's going to come down to loot value. So now the big question for these teams. Their back is a little bit against the wall. How aggressive are we going to play? Are we going to play for a Mantle Brick? Are we going to play protect the loot and just pray that it works out for us? Are we going to get aggressive and wipe our opponents? Because if we kill them, they're not going to get any loot out of the map. I think any of those strategies are viable. It's just about how you execute.
This is why that map where Mantle Brick Addiction lost 110k hurts the most to me, Goj, because if it does end here with Dark Entities grabbing 2 Mandel bricks and, you know, maybe Legacy pops off and outloots them and something happens to Mandel brick addiction, I don't know. You really never know how anything's gonna go, and that's my favorite part about operations.
Yeah, totally agree. Well, I gotta take a look at the operator selections because this was kind of nuts. As we take a look at what happened on the map, one, we had a lot of hack claws, like a lot of hack claws. You can see Mandel Brick Addiction, their hack claws are off the table completely. Several others have lost their hack claws. Take me through what you're seeing right now. Obviously, a couple Senivas as well.
I wasn't expecting as much double hack claw, but based off our statistic coming into the semifinals, she was at a 39.8% pick rate. It actually jumped to 42% from the semifinals, and that is because, like you saw, Mandel Brick Addiction did do double hack claw. Everyone else at least picked her once. But think about Group B that's also being played just off stream, right? We're focusing here on Group A. A majority of the teams in Group B all went double hack claw.
Yeah, there's a lot. So actually, I think we're updating it still because some of those other hack claws are going to be off the table because, yeah, we had a couple double hack claws. And, oh, this is what we're looking for. This is Group B, who did the exact same thing. Double hack claws off the beans. I mean, you're not playing hack claw for the rest of this tournament. Everybody locked in hack claw going into Tide Prison. And golly, some pretty similar strats from Group B. Holy cow.
Yeah, definitely. They're actually saving a lot more of Nox. So Group A favors Nox early on. I'm definitely noticing that. Less Seniva out of Group B too for that Tide Prison map. So kind of interesting, I'm not gonna lie. I've been really understanding the fact that even though Seniva didn't have a large pick in the open qualifiers, I still see the value for Tide Prison because of the kit that he has. Like, we were really sectioning off a lot of those narrow corridors.
Yeah, and I think also like the flash that Hatclaw has a huge value add on that map because of the tight corridors. So a lot of fun things to talk about. But yeah, Group B. So just to be like fully clear for everybody at home, this is the Group B operator pool. This is what's happening on the other side of the bracket, and they had double hack claws on every single team besides Dark Side. That's why all the hack claws are grayed out. And on the other side in Group A, we saw one team with double hack claw, and hack claw now off the table. But as we look forward, folks, it is time for Space City, one of my favorite maps, a map that is actually getting some extra land added to it, aka some water added to it, that you can swim in future updates. But for now, we play Space City as is, and I gotta say, it's gonna be a lot of fun. We're gonna see some early aggression off of some of these spawns, and then we're gonna see some of the most iconic decoding stations in Delta Force Esports, some of the biggest and most infamous moments in these Delta Force Esports double brick formats have happened on Space City, and for good reason. This is when, back against the wall, everybody has to play for the brick, or frankly, they're just throwing their tournament away. You gotta be top 3. If you have a mana brick, you're likely gonna be top 3, but if DE captures the first brick on Space City, we will only see Space City once because this group will be over.
Well, I want to go ahead and look at the spawns that are potentially going to happen here for Space City.
Oh, wow.
It's a lot of high octane gameplay. It's an 18-minute map. And for the tier 1 spawns, I'm looking at teams that looks like BBX, Gen, Labubu team, or Mandel Brick Addiction can get those. So Dark Entities, they're the team that's in win condition. If they go ahead and they get that second Mandel Brick, congratulations, you've locked in your ticket to the finals on Sunday. And right now, it looks like at best you can get is a tier 2 spawn, which honestly still pretty good because it's not that bad of a rotation. Now, if you pull that spawn where you go over to dormitory building where that decoding station is, you could play the long game, right? You stole it in that first initial map. You can easily do it again.
Yeah, and I think T1 isn't everything, but it is an advantage. So on Space City for this first round, I think everybody is probably counting their blessings, thinking, okay, we all know that Dark Entities will not get a tier 1 spawn. They could pull Central Command and immediately hit the zip. Obviously a dangerous play, but one that is often taken by the team. So let's take a look at what the operators have been used during open quals. as expected, welcome back, Tempest. It is a Mantle Brick round after all, and I think this makes a ton of sense for Space City. Some really long sight lines. You have to have smokes on this map or you will lose. So you can see we have Luna and Stinger both have smokes and Recon to help us see through those smokes, and then Tempest can make the plays that you need to make for those Mantle Brick steals or pick up off the original spawn, where you can go out into the open and then recall back. So this makes a lot of sense. This would be my probably choice as well for my operator pool. I think we're going to see a lot of teams run this comp on screen.
I believe so. I do think I saw one player throw a Stinger down earlier on, but we have not seen Luna just yet. So people are warming up their Tempest. I'd imagine they're going to keep on throwing it down. Now, the majority of our teams had already been on gold gear, right? They're bringing out the gold ammo. They've got the gold armor. They are ready to go for broke here on our first map of Space City.
Yeah, I totally agree. I think there's going to be a lot of value from those smokes, and we'll see it at the very beginning of the game. But folks, I want to remind you, while we've got a second, about to hop into maybe the last game, maybe just the 4th out of 7, to follow Delta Force on all major socials, folks. If you want to get involved in events like this, you got to know when they're happening. You want to know when they're happening? You got to be following. They're dropping it in Discord. They're dropping it on socials. Registration links went out, and these teams earn the spot to the semifinals. Could be you next time. There's going to be more Delta Force Global Leagues in the future. You're not going to want to miss it. So drop a follow on literally every social out there. There's also subreddits to join, fandoms to join to learn more about the game, and of course, the Discord, where you can learn a lot more. Maybe meet some friends and play the game with them. Who knows? Maybe meet your future esports teammates. But to Space City we go, Tiff. And it's time to jump straight into the game, and things are going to start off, I can only assume, very hot with some of these spawns. A quick look. It looks like Jin's got a T1 spawn, and it is DE on the far right-hand side, and LEG coming in from Employee Passage over the pipes.
Oh, I mean, if you're a Dark Entities hater, which the majority of our teams are right now because they don't want them to win. They want it to keep on going. You're loving life. They're over at Water Tank Station, so we'll worry about them later. They're going to be on the move. For Gen on your screen, we talked about it. That's that Luna, Stinger, Tempest, the exact pick rate we were just highlighting.
A quick note, by the way, I'm paying attention to spawns, and while I'm paying attention to spawns, Chins is paying attention to their backside. Off rip at immediate start of the game, knocks kills, I believe gets the full kill on one member of Mantle Brick Addiction, taking them down to yellow. I don't know if he got the cleanup or not. We'll get confirmation on that. Spun around with the AWM. Watch out for Chins on the map sniping. Could be a difference maker, already knocking one member of NBA and Dormitory.
Yikes. All right, solid gold here for Skydie, though. I'm okay. I feel like this is the calm before the storm, right? We have plenty of time before that Mantle Brick launches over there, and you just got to gear on up and just kind of start inching your way over towards it, setting up. Hey, when does it go? Do we be the first team to full send it? What is our decoding station that we're going to go to? And for Sunray, you've got Labubu team on the horizon. You know someone's over there, and you are just going to set up shop and keep tabs on them.
Playing on the lowest side of Central Command makes some sense.
Get the brick at all costs.
Looks like Mantle Brick is ready to be grabbed, and of course Legacy grabs it immediately. Would love to swap over there, and here they are. Already grabbed the brick, already out of here, trying to figure out where do we want to go, which decoding station to drop it in, like you were talking about, Tiff. There's a couple options. One of the main ones that we see in Infamous position is in between what I call a quad, outside of this area. The other one that we see often is this position right here. Your choice is basically, do you want to fight CQB? You want to fight some longer sight lanes? This is a CQB fight, and it is going to be utter chaos. You saw where it was, folks. It is in the hallway. The only way to see the Mantle Brick is to enter that hallway. In the past, in former seasons, we saw Suniva operators actually find some decent value with Aluru's Incendiary, now doing quite a bit of damage on this patch. Probably some Aluru would have been nice. But again, look at the comp that most people are playing. It's Tempest, it's Lunas, it's Stingers. You're going to have a ton of smokes. There's going to be a lot of blind firing. It's going to be a lot of using those recon arrows to pick people up through the smoke. And LG, yet again, have taken the game into their hands and said, everybody head indoors. None of this garbage outside. It's going to get real nasty.
Dormitory building's always disgusting. So I'm glad that we're switching it up. Now, this does pay heed to what we saw Legacy do over on Brakkesh, right? Now, I'll talk more about that later because BBX has found themselves in an early game engagement yet again. This time, Labubu team does get the initial knock onto Sunray, but they do get picked up, so it's still that 3v3, albeit 2 members, 1 from each team, a little low.
Big moment there. They were thinking about maybe pushing that fight and then thought better of it. As always, of course, trust our production. If anything's happening around the brick, we will show you. 2.5 minutes, and I know this brick is going to be contested. Nobody's going to give it away to Legacy for free. At least I would hope not. So we'll check back in. Hopefully not. We'll check back in if anybody goes for it. Right now, Metal Brick Addiction is playing around Buoyancy Lab, and there might be first to the party. DE is over near Bridge. Water Tank playing nice and slow. They don't have to force anything right now because they are in the lead. They're expecting chaos to ensue around the brick. They can come in for a 3rd or 4th or 5th party later. They're thinking, we don't have to be the ones to steal it immediately. We're going to play nice and slow. Jin, a nice high ground position over the top as well. The problem with high ground is it doesn't help you when the mana brick is inside.
Okay, so back to kind of what I was saying, right? This is a mirror of what we saw over on Brakkesh. However, the difference is Mandel Brick Addiction is actually closer than they originally were. Mind you, they got that new Tower of Babel spawn. They were going to be there in, I don't know, like 20 business days. They were like, yeah, we'll get there eventually. No, there's a minute 30 left for Legacy. And this is about the same time frame that we originally saw Dark Entities push into Legacy on the decoding. Now, Legacy did run 2 engineer operators, so we've got that different operator composition for them, but they have a hallway. Now for Gen, of course, you're bringing in an AWM. But what is that going to do when you're at a close range quarters fight and you've got to get in there, and NBA is doing just that?
Maybe a snap, maybe a quick scope will do you wonders. The problem is you're not even there right now. It is only NBA playing for the brick. Everybody else is playing slow, expecting somebody else to go for it. Here we go. Scoop playing the high side. Rest of the team down below. Peeking through these windows, we'll certainly see them. Of course, bulletproof, can't take shots. Everybody has intel. They can triple swing this. Not sure they're going to get value. 40 seconds on the clock. Running out of daylight.
Okay.
Scoop's going to give up high ground position, now play low ground with only 30 seconds. They know they can play around the brick. This is that pinch we talked about. You can play far and then squeeze back down when it's 30 seconds on the brick. If this gets stolen, it's reset to 3.5 minutes. The problem is, I don't know how they're going to get this steal. They're going to have to wipe this whole roster. They're just moving too slowly because we're running out of daylight. Nobody is going for the brick besides NBA. Everybody relying on NBA to make a big move, and they're going to make a move now. They're going to go from the high ground down to the low side through the window with 10 seconds on the clock. LEG absolutely watching the brick. Off-screen, Jin picks up a full wipe on DE. They're out of here, but we have to keep our eyes on the brick. Where is it? Is anybody going to be able to steal it? No. Legacy get the brick, and DE are off the map. Legacy going to take at least 2nd on our overall leaderboard, if not jumping all the way to 1st place. Now the rest of the map is just who stays alive.
And it's Legacy wiped within 2 seconds after the decoding goes off. Now Mandel Brick Addiction, the one that did take down Legacy, gets third-partied by Labubu team, who get some of their first kills of the game. I know they had one earlier. Jen, who had recently wiped another team, says, I'm here now, finally. But you guys were all just slightly too slow.
Again, Tempest has so much value on these Mandel Brick rounds. Unfortunately, Jin too slow. LT in trouble, going for the res. I am blown away that only NBA was playing for the brick. However, Jin was playing for DE. Not a bad move. They're playing for the team that could end the tournament right now. They end up winning that gunfight. And now it's BBX still alive. All 3 up, by the way. Playing for the last remaining player of Jin. DE's out. Legacy's out. Mana Brick Addiction is out. What a wild Space City map. We still got 10.5 minutes on the clock.
And you know what's going to happen for BBX and Labubu team and Jen down to a solo? You're just going to loot. You're going to loot. You're going to maybe look for some more kills. And you just know that this is something that you're going to have to push more quickly, right? You can't afford to wait until the last 30 seconds to make a push on a team that has been so quick on the Mandelbrot grab and run to a decoding station.
Yeah, I think the one problem with Space City, and I think one of the things that Legacy did well, is you're right. Fortune favored the bold this time around. And the main reason for that is because Space City is a big map, one. And 2, there are some massive sightlines. And so if you get too aggressive sprinting through this map, you're going to get punished for it. And so all of these teams are playing a little bit slow, playing some of the longer sightlines, taking their time. And unfortunately, it took too long. I think NBA actually had a pretty good chance to grab that brick if they're moving about 30 seconds faster. But not able to get there in time, and then the third party.
Not even 30, Ghosh, because they full wiped them literally 2 to 5 seconds after the decode. So if they would have wiped them, it would have just essentially paused the Mandel brick.
Yeah, and a quick look here at Jin. I think this is another very smart move from Jin, as well as they are playing. Obviously struggled losing 2 players there. Chins does get out with the AWM and what's left of his ammo that he brought in. So it's a good shout from Jin just to protect some of their assets on this map and not go down catastrophically on our overall loot value leaderboard, but also from an advantage side with the sniper itself. So good shout there from Chins, but BBX and now the Labubu team, the only 2 teams that have all 3 alive. And LT just get to freely loot all of these bodies. This is all of Legacy. This is all of NBA. You can park guns. You can do whatever you'd like. They're chilling.
Absolutely chilling. Honestly, is that premium coffee there in that safe box?
Hey, you gotta take whatever you can get.
Hey, I'm okay with it. It's red. It's definitely got a high value for me. I had a lot of coffee.
Maybe I gotta get some more before next map, man. This is this is crazy. But only 2 teams alive, and like you said, just gonna play for loot here. LT is gonna stash up on all of these bodies. Safe box is helpful, but they're gonna prioritize probably getting out of the map once they feel like they're in a pretty good spot with loot. BBX, they're able to actually loot the other bodies. So the bodies that they find on top are going to be all of DE, whatever DE brought into this map, as they died over the Eastern Suspension Bridge, where they spawned over at Water Tank. And Jin were able to win that. I think they actually, nice pickup there from LT. Able to pick up actually one of the drones for a little over $500,000.
Nice.
So we'll get a rocket extract here from BBX. Not sure what Labubu's gonna do. Maybe fight over rocket, but yeah, very interesting map. That did not play out like I thought it would. I'm gonna be honest.
No, it was completely different. I'm okay with it. I personally thought that NBA being so close to Legacy was going to chow it much quicker. And even so, Dark Entities was just across the way. They spawned in on Water Tank Station and they never really decided to kind of cross into the realm where Legacy had full run. And it's not like they're not getting alerted. They know when someone picks up the Mandel brick. They know as soon as it's being decoded. But if you assume that someone else is dealing with it, and your only matter of business is, I want to make sure that Dark Entities is wiped off the face of the map. But if some team's already in win condition and you can't guarantee who's decoding it, you need a full send.
Yeah, I think it's a really good breakdown. Hey, look, big shout out to PBX here. Orshkin just found a tier 6 helmet on the map. You can't buy those, folks. That's a huge find, actually. 1.5 mil, sure, that's nice loot value. But also, huge value add if you want to use it. It's a little risky, of course, but nice. Great find from them, and obviously AWM is super strong, but we do oftentimes still see people snipe on Space City. M700, a great weapon to use as well. But what a find here from BBX. Talk about a good map for them as well. I mean, just in terms of raw loot, they're picking up, looks like 5.7 on the map. Looks like Labubu is going to pick up 8.7. And if they can all get out, these are the 2 teams that were at the bottom of the leaderboard. I mean, this is going to be a huge loot value jump for them. But now that we know we're going to Game 5, Tiff, like, now it's not so assured. If you've got a mana break, you're not necessarily safe. And if you don't have a mana break, you know you're not safe. Top 3 make finals. 2 teams have a mana brick already. This is going to be a photo finish. I'm so excited.
Well, we were also talking about the fact that Mandel Brick Addiction wasn't going to be safe, right? They had already had a round where they lost 110,000 in loot value, and they were just in 3rd place despite having the most amount of kills. They just took such a heavy loss on that going out a full wipe just out, sure, they got another 3 kills, but what did their loot value look like that they lost? Because if you're not getting a Mandel Brick just yet and you're trying to find yourself in a top 3 position to get into finals, now you're at risk, especially with Labubu team having the ability to loot for free alongside BBX here.
Yeah, I also found rocket fuel, by the way.
You know, we're chilling.
They are chilling heavy, and a classic move here from LT. You also see the revolver in the pistol slot, taking up and soaking up as many attachments as humanly possible. That is not an optimal revolver build, but it is when you're looting up and trying to take out as much loot value as possible. This is almost a 10 mil extract if they can get out of the map. I think the problem is, I think Rusty's starting to figure it out. Obviously, the rocket extract is the way to get out of here. And there's about 2 minutes till the guard the area is done on it. So LT's going to have to make a play through their opposition with a crazy amount of loot on their bodies. And Sunray's got a sniper. One well-placed shot here could change things. I don't know if LT's actually going to be able to fight for this. This is a very, very tough position to push.
It's just crazy to me that this is what happens, right? But hey, take some shots, just have some fun with it, sure. About 80 seconds left on guarding, so not too terrible there to go. Should be fine. The best you get is information, right? You're like, okay, they're over there. At what point do they push? If pushing at all.
I mean, you can play for the extraction down below the bridge. You've got time for it. It's got 2 minutes, so I think they're both going to get out, which is kind of insane. But, I mean, if I'm either of these teams, that's what I would do. You can see the extraction timer down below the bridge right now, minute 45, so LT's going to be able to get out. BBX is going to be able to get out. Insane stuff from both of these teams. Again, like I said before, two teams that were near the bottom of the leaderboard. The Boo Boo team's getting out with 10 mil. Like, what are we talking about?
The Boo Boo team on the comeback, right? May not have a Mandel brick just yet, but if they focus on getting that loot value up and we go the distance, you never know what happens, right? Who knows? Maybe they get a Mandel brick in our next Space City match. Plus, if Dark Entities or now Legacy end it next game, who is going to be able to call for that third slot? It comes down to loot value.
Yeah, no, and that's going to be so fun to look at on the overall leaderboard. So we'll keep our eyes on that. Both teams finding quite a bit of value on the map, especially compared to their opponents. Again, that leaderboard on the left is just assets obtained this map, so pretty wild to see. But I'm gonna search for some supplies here over by the rocket extract. See what we can find. And there it is. 60 seconds on the rocket. Get out for free. The Boo Boo team don't have to use it either. Going to extract outside underneath the bridge. All's fair in love and war, and no reason to risk it when you've got a ton of loot.
Why did I think you were going to say for a biscuit? Like, I don't know where my brain just went. I thought we were just going for the rhyme. Okay, here we go. 16 seconds, La Boo Boo team. The best map of the day for them. Nice comeback that we were looking for. Now, I'm trying to think, was it around 13 mil? Was that the cutoff for about third place prior to this?
Yeah,
they've even got kills, so it's going to go up even more.
Yeah, it was 13 mil total. They picked up plus 9.9 mil on the map, so huge map for the Boo Boo team to play for that third position currently, or maybe even further. But there it is. Both teams get out of the map. BBX via the rocket, LT via the bridge. And all of the sudden, folks, we got a competition on our hands. Two teams with mantle bricks and 4 teams fighting for a loot value position for third place. And we'll be headed back to Space City in the next round. Insane stuff from all of our teams. What a weird map, frankly. But it is the first map of Space City, you know? That's part of the game, is just to test the waters. DE, they didn't have to make a play for the brick, so they chose not to. Now there's a little bit more urgency. I think people want to win this tournament, Tiff, but everybody's playing for a finals position, so it's more about protecting the top 3 spot. So the sense of urgency only goes up. Wow. What a way to wrap that one up. I was staring intently at that rocket. It's beautiful. Great extraction.
I was circling my Mandel brick winners, because at this point when you were like, Dark Entities, they didn't have to play for the brick, I'm like, okay, yeah, you're right. Then they didn't, but now they do. And you want to make sure that you come in as the top seed to the finals, because reminder, guys, there's money on the line in finals. If you can assert your dominance here in the semis, and of course we do have Group B that has been going on off screen as well, which has been looking really competitive also. That just means we're in for a great finals.
I think it's going to be really fun, and I'll be very curious to know who ends up winning this one. Folks, we got a lot of math to do, and I'm excited to look back on some of the replays because the fights were intense, but were far and few between. Frankly, there were a couple key fights, and then the entire map was silent. And I think those fights came in just a hair too slow around the mantle brick. Some teams saying, oh, somebody will get to that. They'll figure it out. Nope, nobody gets to it. Legacy is able to pick up the brick, then get full wiped in that order, and that order is very important. So pretty impressive stuff for Legacy, and I'm sure they're counting their score, thinking, okay, well, we can take a deep breath because that was a little too close for comfort, probably. Let's take a look at some of the replays. Talk me through some of these, Tiff. Obviously, it started with some prio spawns, and LEG gets to the brick immediately.
Yeah, we had already show me that again. No, but for real, we had already talked about the spawn points prior to this. We knew Dark Entities was not going to get a tier 1 spawn. Now, here's the deal. NBA knows they have to full send this mantle brick. If they had done it just 5 seconds further, this is what would have happened,
Jeez.
right? NBA pushes, immediately gets third party. Labubu team starts to put some of their first kills of the day down here. Right now, they think they had like 1 or 2 prior. No, this was their best map of the day. Jen then on the Tempest decides, hey, I'm gonna go ahead. We're pushing in. We're looking for Labubu team. And then you hit your ulti back on out of there. You're like, yeah, let's go ahead and focus up. And then we see teams basically just loot for the next 10 minutes because they're saying, hey, if it ends next Space City match, I need to have a heck of a lot of loot.
Yeah, and again, that Tempest emergency evasion device is ridiculous. You see how far that player was able to pull back to their locked location. Of course, it wrapped up here with 2 teams extracting, one via the rocket, one via the extraction point underneath the bridge. And because of that, they're both going to be counting all their cash money that they've got. Loot value went bonkers in that round. Rocket fuel picked up near the end there for Labubu team. I mean, ridiculous loot. Obviously, looting a bunch of bodies is helpful as well, parting all the guns that they can, filling up their bags, and getting out of the map, just like you and I do in operations when we're playing. So some fun stuff. I'm so pumped to look at this leaderboard, folks, because it's going to truly show how close the margins are for who is top 3 and who is potentially not making it to the finals. So we're going to let our admins do a little bit of math, get everything sorted. When we come back, it's going to be map 5. Again, could be the last map of the day for Group A. You're not going to want to miss it.
Gizmo, we've conducted a risk-benefit analysis of pursuing Saeed. His father believed he would grow into a fine hunter, and his subordinates are convinced they can accomplish change in Asaro by following him. Reese mocks his naivete, while Havoc deems him a significant threat. Our superiors have issued the following directive. Saeed's active vendetta against Havoc, who destroyed his village and people therein, presents an opportunity worth exploiting.
It's Saeed!
Rest in peace. Farewell. The hunt has begun. Check your gear. No mistakes. Crush them.
Got it, boss! On the way!
Cover me. Hold formation.
Nice moves, boss!
Enough chatter. Move out.
Let's go! Hold on! Go, go, go!
Welcome back, Delta Force Global League Season 4 EU Semis, folks. It is good to be back with you, and we're going to be headed into another Space City map, Map 5, night around the corner. It's time to look at the scores, folks. We got game leaderboards, we got overall leaderboards, and I think it's real dang close at the top. So, Tiff, walk me through. This is our game leaderboard from the last round. Holy cow, Labubu team goes crazy.
Labubu team doing what Labubus need to do. No, I don't know. Regardless, 11.8 mil total assets. 3 kills, the most we've seen of any game for them here in our semifinals. But of course, I'd be remiss to not talk about Legacy. It was a bold move to go ahead and use that favored spawn that we saw there on our first map of Space City. Full send the Mandel Brick. You pick it up within like 2 to 5 seconds of it being spawned. You grab a kill, defending everything, and you get it decoded. Now, Mandel Brick addiction, Dark Entities, my teams, this one hurts a little, especially knowing that if Dark Entities doesn't get 2 Mandel Bricks, there's a good chance that someone else gets it. We go again, and it just keeps getting drug out, and you really aren't guaranteed anything unless you get those 2 Mandel Bricks. You lost 1.3 mil, and Mandel Brick Addiction, who had already lost a ton some earlier rounds, negative 1.58.
Yeah, it is a bummer. I think my eyes are also drawn to Jin, end up losing out 1.14 mil. I will say impressive stuff from them to protect the AWM and not leave it on the map for somebody else to pick up. They get out with it. They get 1 player out of the map, so good job from them. But let's take a look at the overall leaderboards, because this is where the rubber meets the road. And holy cow, talk about a jump from Labubu team and BBX. This could not get any closer, folks. If the tournament was done right now, which it is not, Legacy, Dark Entities, and Labubu would be moving forward because of the mana breaks and then loot value. But the good news is we got more maps to play. We play till we get to map 7 or a team gets 2 bricks. So a lot on the line on this next map. Labubu doesn't have to play for the brick if Legacy and Dark Entities are taking it. They certainly want a brick. I think they will likely play for it, but they're technically in a power position as a top 3 team. The other 2 squads at the top may play protect. They may just play for top 3. They might not play to close things out here. We'll see what they decide to do. I would love, though, Tiff, for us to check in with Group B. What's going on with Group B? How are they doing? What's the leaderboard looking like? Talk me through this.
Both lobbies. It's Mandel Brick Addiction, your top fragger. It's Perry, your top fragger. And neither of them are in the top 3. So at least they were going again for Group B as well. French Mafia, they were the early adapters. They got Mandel Brick from that second game over in Brakkesh. Now, we're kind of coasting. We're looking for another Mandel Brick because we don't have a ton of total assets. We cannot play that long game. We cannot let it get drugged down to 6 or 7 unless they're not getting both of those Mandel Bricks, right? Congrats on LV for picking up the first Mandel Brick of Space City. They're kind of similar stat lines aside from the fact that they have way more total assets than French Mafia. It's about similar kills, right? But it's Darkside and Perry. They're your top fraggers of Group B. And right now, you kind of have to lock it down. If you're not going to get a Mandel Brick, then we need to see you loot up.
Yeah, I am very interested in what's happening over in Group B. Obviously, Mandel Brick's very helpful. French Mafia certainly playing for that as they have the lowest total assets. But here's Group A's operator pool. Like we expected, we've seen several Tempest, which means Jin is out of Tempest for the rest of this competition. They're also out of Nox. They're also out of Raptor. They got pretty much everybody else to use if they want to. And again, as expected, it looks like everybody used a Luna that last round. Recon arrows, shock arrows, frag grenades, all helpful. Those recons very helpful for seeing through the smoke from the stingers. And almost everybody used a stinger. Looks like a couple teams did not here, Tiff.
Yeah, very much on par with the pick rates that we were talking about leading into Space City. Now, I'd imagine there's a good chance we see that mirrored again for our second map. But if we go the distance and we get a Game 6 on Space City, the likelihood of that happening, not gonna happen, right? So what do we sub in? Do we throw a Toxic in the mix? Do we start seeing Viren come into play if you're not going to have the Tempest ulti for your movement? Because back in Delta Force Global League Season 3, that was where we saw the majority of Viren value, right? A lot of that dynamic propulsion play and movement. So we'll have to see, but for now, you're gonna see Tempest on Space City.
Yeah, I like that a lot because we are headed back to Space City as we move into game number 5. We will go to Space City again for game number 6 if we get there. And if we do get to the all too elusive game 7, last place gets to pick where we go. It can be any map besides Zero Dam. And of course, there will be a mantle brick on that as well. But back to Space City we go. And I think just generally speaking, Space City feels very similar depending on where the decoding station is. So if we throw the brick into the same decoding station, I think it's going to feel like a very similar map to the last one. We're going to have a couple teams fighting over the interior, everybody else fighting over the exterior. It's going to be 2 separate fights, and whoever wins those fights is going to come out on top. And obviously, they come out on top, but the big question is who plays for those fights? Talking about the spawn points, we get back to Dark Entities having a chance for a T1 spawn, which could be a huge difference maker. You will not be seeing Legacy have a T1 spawn, as they were able to very easily and somewhat uncontested for the most part take the brick early with their T1 spawn and get the brick as well. So now that they don't have T1, they could be playing from Central Command, could be playing from Dormitory, or get one of those T3 spawns.
Yeah, pretty interesting considering Mantle Brick Addiction did get the Dormitory spawn, right? That was tier 2, and they were pretty quick to the decoding station over in Black Chamber. Now, weren't quick enough, obviously, and for Legacy, who did just have to drop on down and grab it, you know there's a good chance that they're going to... You want that Central Command, kind of that building over off towards the left for your spawn. But if you do get Dormitory, there's a good chance that you're not going to be one of the early adapters to the Mantle Brick. So at that point in time, what do you play? Do you play for the steal? You better make sure that your operators are going to be lending towards that.
Well, back to Space City we go, which means speaking of operators, Luna, Tempest, Stinger, as per the usual, pick rates are slightly changed because, well, they are, what we have been using this entire time. We saw this comp in the last round for most of our teams. With Tempest off the map for some of the teams, I believe just one. I think it was, if I remember correctly, it's Jin that can't use Tempest this round. Be curious to see what they decide to opt into that position instead. But definitely we'll still see Stingers because of the smokes, and then we'll see Lunas because of the information gathering tools. Shock Arrow's nice, Frag Grenade's nice, but that Recon Arrow is a difference maker with some of these sight lines. So keep an eye out for these operators on the map for sure.
Ooh. All right, well, you know what's going to happen is I do believe some of our teams did fully use Tempest, so there's going to be at least one that's not going to have that available, but you've got to use what you have to the best of your abilities. Now, friendly reminder, Legacy and Dark Entities are the 2 teams to keep your eyes on because they can end the semifinals here in Space City Game 5. If we go the distance, that means someone else has taken the Mantle Brick for themselves.
Yeah, and let me be very clear too. I'm not one that is going to guess every team strategy. I think I can say what I think is optimal. Teams usually don't do it because, well, they're probably better at the game than I am, but sometimes I could be critical. Here's the thing. If you are not a top 3 team and either DE or Legacy has the Mantle Brick in a decoding station, you better dang play for the brick because you're going to lose this tournament if you don't, folks. It is time for Space City. Let's get into the action. It looks like Mantle Brick Addiction and DE pull the T1 spawns. It's time to get mixy as Jen figures out where they're going to go from that water tank station area.
Oh, baby, give them that. Give them the tier 1 spawns. Honestly, if you're anyone else that does not have a tier 1 spawn, I still think you full send where the Mantle Brick spawns and you kind of camp out. You wait to see what's going to happen and maybe try to surprise someone. But that also depends on that operator composition of what you're running. For now, we kind of keep this nice fly through to see where people are situating themselves. And for now, you can see Jen splits. Doesn't pan out for them. It looks like Dark Entities susses it out and takes them on out of there.
Holy cow. Yeah, you're right. Dark Entities picking up a full, actually, on one member of Jin. It's a kill out of their category, but also putting Jin down to having to regain. Looks like Mantle Brick Addiction and DE both playing for the brick immediately, which makes a lot of sense. Both get the T1 spawns. Shot from behind. Who is it? It's probably the sniper. This map is full of them.
Still hurts.
Look, I am not too ashamed to say that I've been one shot by Des Moines is what I say, but the boss on this map. That's probably not how you pronounce that. My bad. I'm really bad with.
I love your pronunciations. I love them. It's totally fine.
But regardless, the auto takes and Our sniper boss can make big plays, but speaking of big plays, Flareage almost taking one out. Shock Arrow could maybe help things out. There's the frag. Unfortunately, not going to connect and be able to back off and not give away the position completely. Scan goes forward, playing for the Mantle Brick. Both teams looking for it. Obviously, reminder, Tempest can be a huge difference maker. Going for the brick and recalling back after you grab it. It doesn't look like Jin, of course, is able to use that Tempest. So on the offside, Jin in a fight with BBX. They elected to go Aluru. This is expected, but they've also got Toxic as their third operator.
I like Toxic. I think it's pretty safe, right? It's definitely not Tempest, but you know what? It's okay. Because Mantle Brick Addiction, they know how to fight. They've proven they can fight with pretty much any operator in existence. They're above their average performance from the open qualifiers in a arguably more difficult lobby. So, for now, you want to inch closer. You grab a Mantle Brick, you get on out. However, this hurts. Let me get this health.
Mantle Brick has been grabbed.
They don't actually get it, I think, though, because of the knock.
Yeah, it's been grabbed, which means our timer has started. So we call it the torch timer on top. You can see it there, 4.5 minutes. Mantle Brick will respawn back into its spawn position after 4.5 minutes if it doesn't reach a decoding station. There it is. It's been grabbed now. Mantle Brick Addiction have it. Where do we go from here? Boldo does get cut down by Flaric.
Ooh, this is tough. I mean, okay. So we pick it back up, but we still don't have Boldo. Here's the decoding station. Okay.
They're just gonna start it. Wow. Yeah, this is tough. I mean, Boldo's down in a position where he can get revived. They want to start this so they at least can play in a position that's a little bit more easy to guard than wide out in the open. Playing for the brick out in the open would be frustrating. They start the decoding station out here, and again, I call this the quad. Outside of Centrifuge, outside of Black. And they're in position to get everybody back on their feet and now protect the Mantle Brick. Now, this is not make or break for everybody else on the map. If Mantle Brick Addiction gets this brick, nobody goes home yet. Now, a nice cleanup here from Chins. Or almost a cleanup. Wow. I think they're actually going to be able to get that revive. Somehow doesn't clean up the down player. Chins using the AWM there. Was able to get that knock, probably one shot, but wasn't able to one-shot the down player. That's got to be frustrating. They're going for the res, though, and they're getting really aggressive. This is on the offside. This is not fighting for the brick. This is just fighting for kills. BBX, only 2 players on the map. There's Killo. It looks like actually picking up 1. And now it's going to be a nice, easy cleanup of BBX. BBX out of this lobby. They might have had a decent last map, but unfortunately, you're going to be sitting in the lobby for a very long time with only 5 teams on the map. This is good news for NBA.
Yeah, they're like loving the fact that that's all happening, right? Now, we do get a look at Legacy. Now, Legacy is the team that did capture that Mantle Brick on the first Space City match. Now, they have to focus on retaking. The best part about this is Mantle Brick Addiction, who currently have the Mantle Brick and are decoding it actively, were the team that wiped Legacy off the map just mere seconds after that decode came through. Now, if they time this properly, you could face a force of not only Legacy, but dark entities.
Good shot. Looking at our map, you can see what Tiff's talking about here. Legacy on the backside. They're going to be coming up from the bridge, or the ramp, rather, on the low side of Centrifuge. NBA have got this position completely locked down. DE going to have to play over the top. Now, if I'm DE, do I have to play for the brick? No. If we do and we win the entire lobby. We already have a brick and are in a top 3 position. We risk dying here and have less and less loot as the tournament goes longer. So you don't have to play for the brick here. Legacy could play for the brick and try to close things out. If I'm Labubu team, I'm definitely playing for the brick. And Jin's going to come down from the north side and probably meet DE first.
The thing is, with how much time we've expended on kind of setting up how we're going to approach this, we saw Mantle Brick get a reset, back up to 3. They've probably already pushed out, they've set up their sight lines, and they have an interesting composition, right? Not that typical Stinger, Tempest, Luna, because we kind of burned some of that full array. You're right, but it's on to Gen, a team that's looking to stop Mantle Brick Addiction, so yet another outside fight.
This is what we expected. Jin coming in from the north side. Running into DE first.
This is the last chance to get that brick back.
60 seconds on the clock for the mana brick. Currently completely uncontested, but not for very long. You can see LEG playing the low side. Up the ramp, here comes LT. Skydie, Uvalier, Boldo holding on for their dear lives, and Legacy is moving very slow with only 40 seconds on the clock. They're waiting for an engagement. They're crouch walking up, hoping to catch Mana Brick Addiction by surprise, because they know there's an engagement on the other side. Here they go. Now they're getting aggressive, especially with only 30 seconds on the clock. Now's the time to make the move. NBA about to get pinched from both sides. We are running out of daylight. We're trying not to scam, but in the process, maybe scamming just by playing too slow. Here they come. Tempest on the board, trying to get to the brick and trying to get the steal. They don't get there in time, though, and Rusty has to back off. Boldo's gonna get it. Mana Brick Addiction's gonna get this brick. It's too slow. Why are we not making the play? Tempest just barely ran out of clock. Mana Brick Addiction get a free brick and get a knock on the Boo Boo team. What a mistake and what a punish from Mana Brick Addiction. They get their first brick. They also get several knocks on both teams that pinch too slow. These teams can't play the clock correctly, and Mana Brick Addiction is getting rewarded for it.
It's wild that we are waiting in the last 30 seconds to make a push, because you still have to account for the time it takes to take the steal, right? Your only best bet is to get the full wipe onto the team that is decoding, and that's not guaranteed, because if I'm Mana Brick Addiction, I'm set up in a way that I'm not allowing a full team wipe. Now the entire lobby has completely cracked open, and your best bet is to try to maximize your loot value, because you have no idea how this series is going to go.
Unreal. And Mana Brick Addiction gets some kills there, so they're stacking up some loot value. If they can actually stay alive on this map, this would be a huge value add. Now we have 3 teams with the Mana Brick. So if you have a Mana Brick, you're making it to the finals currently. The problem is, in the next map, if another team gets a Mana Brick, it's going to come down to loot value. So these moments do matter quite a bit. Boldo getting some loot up while Uvalier is holding their backside. They know there's another team here, Legacy. Jin also getting Mixie.
You know what I just realized? If another team outside of Mana Brick Addiction, Legacy, or Dark Entities gets a Mana Brick in Space City 6, we're going 7.
Yep, 100%.
We're getting it.
100%.
And you were saying about all the lobbies throughout open qualifiers that we did not get a Game 7. This could be the time.
That's right. Man, I just think, I want to look back on this on the replay so you can remind me. I think LT just barely mistimed that evasion device that Tempest has. I think they might have ran out of rope. Like, ran out of time on that recall.
Maybe they... Because it was right in front of them. Now, mind you, there was a smoke down. So there was someone really much on top of that decoding station. So I don't know if the smoke came out. They got scared. You can't get scared at that point.
Yeah, exactly.
We'll have to iron down. And I want to see what those comms were like. But they also could have, you're right, equally ran out of meters available.
Yeah, I think they might have just ran out of time on the evasion device. That's the only thing that makes sense to me. I'll have to look back on it. But either way you look at it, still a big fight on hand. Look at the mini-map. All of our teams collapsing on each other right now. Labubu team probably in the worst of it. About to get cleaned up by Mana Brick Addiction. There it is. Down they go. Full team wipe. Mana Brick Addiction get the brick and a full wipe. Some nice loot value, especially if they can actually loot the bodies, but even just the kills. Gonna net them 1.2 mil. A great game going for Mana Brick Addiction. Still a lot of ground to make up, though. Still a lot of players on this map.
Not the teams that we really needed to be still left. Labubu team did not need a full wipe here, but they did try to get into the mix. Now, everyone is pretty much layer caked on top of each other near that center area. But for Mana Brick Addiction, they got what they came here for, and they even left with more. Now, if I'm them, I'm just focused on getting out of the map.
I think so as well. You've already got your kills. You've already got some loot. Might as well get out of here. Wow. What a wild... Another wild Mana Brick round. It almost feels like people are playing just too scared. Which I hate. Look, there's a lot on the line. Nerves can get the better of you. Just our timings are just a hair off on these pushes. Now on the next map, things are going to be totally different. Nice shots over the top.
That machine gunner hitting hard.
Yeah, I was gonna say. I said nice shots over the top. I think I was talking about the AI there.
Bro, he was lasering.
Gotta slam and your Valyria almost goes down.
I was like, that's hitting. Well, for now, you can see Boldo down there towards the launch area. He's just gonna go ahead and make sure we start everything, focus on getting out. Elsewhere, Jen and Legacy, we're brawling at this point.
Oh, I can't wait to talk about what's gonna come next. We'll talk about it later because there's still some fights that could happen between Legacy and Jin. This next map is gonna be so weird. But for now, we got a lot of kills that have exchanged hands already with 2 teams full wiped. Jin down a player. Right now, the goal is to get as much loot as possible into our safe boxes and then try for the extract. Extract underneath the bridge. Ooh. Is probably going to be the fight that will actually matter. Boldo actually gets a snipe on full array from distance, by the way.
Brutal if you're Dark Entities, but for Boldo, I'm feeling pretty good. Did lose out on Chin, so we've got Kilo and Dr. Schultz available. But it's kind of a bloodbath here for those that didn't get the Mandel brick this round. Just under 5 minutes, and it's messy.
I wonder, too. I mean, obviously, we have 2 AWMs for Jin, so they've got another one in the stash, probably. Chin's was the one that was sniping earlier. I wonder if they were able to loot his body and pick up the AWM. If we could swap over to Kilo and just double-check that he doesn't have the AWM on him.
Bird is on its way to pick.
That'd be great, but might be an AWM on the ground somewhere, or maybe somebody picked it up off the body.
What if Mandel Brick Addiction just grabbed it?
I know.
That's what homie just, like, used, yeah.
I don't know. I couldn't tell from the icon. I have to go back and look. I don't think he sniped with the AWM, but M700, okay.
Okay. Still hit hard.
Very interesting. All right. So if Kilo doesn't have it, there's an AWM on the ground somewhere. Use Bishka, find Scoob. Legacy in a bit of trouble right now. Down to 2. They're third in a position to potentially get res, but actually DE's getting really aggressive. Love to swap back over there to that fight. DE's about to get real into this one. Jin playing the low side here. One member of Jin, rather. Schultz up above. Legacy now backed out into a corner.
All right. Smoke's coming on through, and now Legacy is about to get swarmed here by Dark Entities. Now, what we did see while we were on Jen's POV is the lob of nades that was going straight towards Legacy. They already have one still down on the ground, so it's effectively a 3v2, and we're just trying to get past this doorway, but the incendiaries are hurting.
Line him up, knock him down. No! We break our legs after an amazing play like that. Conservation of greatness. Holy cow. Legacy almost had all 3 up against a solo for Dark Entities because of Lynx. But Lynx falls, breaks their legs, gets knocked, and Flarich actually cleans that kill up. That is ridiculous. Bishop goes to yellow timer, though. And Jin's just creeping over the top. Maybe trying to third party this. Not trying to give away their position. Talk about a slow walk. Holy cow.
That's insane. And they were so aggressive with that push, too. It looked very similar to how Mandelbrick just, like, full sends into something. So Dark Entity is definitely confident. I don't think they were anticipating the fact that those incendiaries were going to light up that doorway and just completely tear them apart.
Yeah, Lynx. Oh, it does look like actually Scoop on the backside picked up Kilo in the trade. The slow walking didn't pay off. Oh, Flarich found the angle. Picks up the double. 1 cleanup, 1 full kill as a solo. Flarich is actually finding a crazy amount of value on this map. Now not worried about extracting, just trying to be the hero. How about another? Flarich going huge, picking up Scoob there. And now it's a solo for Dark Entities. And 2 remaining members of LEG who are going for the extraction as Flarich is trying to get a revive off. A yellow timer for both of his teammates. They could still technically fight for this extraction. That extraction underneath the bridge goes off in 60 seconds.
That hurts. That hurts, honestly. For now, Mandelbrick Addiction, you're just sitting back, you're watching, you're ready to leave, okay? Because the time is now. We've done everything that they came here for.
There it is. There it is,
Yep.
Tiff. AWM. You were right. Mandelbrick Addiction found the AWM off of Chin's. Boldo grabbed it. And now they're getting out of dodge. That's why they absconded so fast from these fights. They didn't have to extract. But it was a nice win. There it is. Another good fight here from Easy, though. So NBA is going to get out via the rocket extract. I think they have just enough time. Holy cow, 10-second spread. And the extraction underneath the bridge. Here we go.
Ooh. Skydie at least trying to use their own sniper just for the heck of it at this point. Trying to prevent Legacy for pushing onto these extractions.
2 seconds.
Skydie's on.
Nice.
Skydie's out.
The classic shared extraction underneath the bridge. Skydie and both members of LEG get out of the map. You're also going to see Mandelbrick Addiction sneak out of the map with a Mandelbrick and an AWM. So Skydie gets out, and Uvalier gets out, and Boldo gets out, and they get the brick. Talk about a game for Mandelbrick Addiction. Holy cow. Woo, what a win for them, and I think they're going to be very happy about that map as they prepare for the next. Have an AWM to play around with. I don't know how much ammo they have left in it. I don't know how much ammo was brought in on it. Jin's got another AWM in their stash. This next round's going to be nuts, Tiff.
Yeah, I don't think you could ask for a better game for Mandelbrick Addiction. You net yourself a Mandelbrick, you get a ton of kills, you get the AWM, and now all you have to do is, well, just do it again, right? Because you were sitting on the outside looking in almost, because we saw how much of their loot value they had lost in those 2 airdrop only rounds. It really hurt. Actually, no. Last round with Space City, they still lost a bunch of that. It wasn't an airdrop only round. But dang.
Yeah.
Dang, you turn it around like that. This is a semifinals, baby. This is exactly what they needed to do. It was definitely looking scary, but now you have that Mandelbrick. You are at least, or now, inside that top 3. Now, if Legacy or Labubu team wants to grab a Mandelbrick, then we have a heck of a semifinal.
Yeah, there's a lot of what-ifs on this next map. I want to take a look at the replays first. The replays on this map are probably going to be pretty wild. I think, frankly, one of the things that was not wild was the Chow on the Mandelbrick. It was too slow yet again. And looking back on the replays here, obviously, things started out with Jin aggressing towards BBX. The fight around the original Mandelbrick was a big one. NBA and DE battling against each other to try to get the brick. NBA eventually does get the brick. That Tempest using the evasion device, very helpful to get back to a safe position. There's the AWM from Chin's, getting some nice value. We wipe BBX off rip, and Mandelbrick gets placed by Mandelbrick Addiction. This is where things got weird. DE's on the off angle thinking we don't have to play for the brick. We already have a power position on the leaderboard. We're going to play for some kills on the backside and maybe try to come in and clean up if somebody steals. Look at the rope. Just runs out of time. Just can't quite get the distance. Started it a hair too early. Isn't able to get the steal. Because they weren't able to get the steal with the rope with the evasion device there from LT, they can't get there in time. Mandelbrick Addiction outplays, sure, their opponents, but frankly, their opponents just make too many mistakes to be able to play for the brick. NBA then wipes Chin's, picks up the AWM, gets a couple kills on LT, and says, let's leave. And there's that sniper shot. I didn't see the icon when it came through. Now you can see it on screen. Boldo there, able to get the snipe with the AWM, and they go out via rocket. On the inside, things got crazy. Lynx gets a double kill, then falls to his death, breaks his legs, and gets cleaned up by Flarich. Flarich then picks up a double kill, or at least a kill and a half there on his opponents as a solo, and then also trades 1 for 1 here, picking up another member of Legacy. So crazy weird into the map. Easy finds 1 trade there, and then a shared extraction between NBA and Legacy here on the bridge, while the rest of NBA get out via the rocket. Whew! What a weird one, Tiff, but overall, I think our leaderboard's going to get even weirder.
It's gonna be so weird, and I'm just like so confused by Space City. I love Space City, right? But these 2 maps, when it comes to the Mandelbrick, have been some of the least contested and until like the final 30 seconds. So with Space City potentially being our last Mandelbrick round, unless someone takes it in game number 7 as well for their pick, someone's gonna chow the Mandelbrick before 30 seconds, right?
I think so. I hope so. A lot to talk about, folks. And I've got a lot of hypotheticals I'm going to save till after the break. We're going to get our scores in. We're going to take a look at the leaderboard. And then we'll talk about what could happen in the next couple maps. Or maybe the last map that's coming up here with Space City. Who knows what could happen? But it's been a banger tournament thus far. And we are not done yet, folks. Top 3 make finals. And we got 3 teams on a battle break. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back after a short break. Welcome back to the Delta Force Global League Season 4 EU Semis. It's been a banger. We are several maps in at this point, and this last game was crazy. I'm going to be honest, Mandel Brick Addiction, the biggest winners by far, Tiff. I mean, talking through this leaderboard, getting a break and having the most value out of that map is crazy.
getting a brick, getting kills, getting an AWM, getting out with your life. Like, that is pretty much picture perfect Delta Force right there. So love what they had going on. Legacy, you're up in your numbers. The only thing you don't have right now is you don't have a Mandel brick. So hopefully you can net one this time. For Dark Entities, they were in kind of one of these situations where pretty much guaranteed top 3 and a nice ticket to semifinal or finals on Sunday if it were to end there. Conservative, right? No, they got into the action in that mid game and went wild. For Jen, Labubu team, and BBX, that one hurts a little, I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah, let's take a look at the overall. This really does paint the picture of what's happening right now. Wow. Okay, we got 3 teams with a Mana Brick, and Mana Brick Addiction now with 22 kills, by the way, leading the overall loot value leaderboard. So with this leaderboard in front of us, I've got a couple what ifs for you, Tiff, that I think are pretty important. One, if anybody else gets a brick and we have 4 teams with a brick, Mana Brick Addiction is going to be feeling very good. Obviously, they have a huge loot value lead. Being at the top of the leaderboard is huge for them. They're going to be feeling very easy about their position on the map. And frankly, I think Mana Brick Addiction likely will be playing the most conservative on this next map. Here's the weird part. With the top 3 teams from this group making it to finals and the top 3 teams on this leaderboard having a Mana Brick, if Mana Brick Addiction, if Legacy, or Dark Entities decode this next Mana Brick, all 3 of those teams make finals. What that probably means, these players are smart, is that if you see Mana Brick Addiction, Legacy, or Dark Entities start the decode, you will not see the other 2 teams with that Mana Brick fight to steal it. They're fine with somebody else getting first in a semifinals where the top 3 make the finals, and seeding frankly doesn't matter at all because it's just top 6 playing in a single lobby. So that's going to be the weird part about this map that I was hinting to before. If these teams are not playing for the win, just playing for the finals, half of this lobby will not care if that same half of the lobby gets a brick. So they're going to be playing Protect the Decode Station, even if it's not theirs, because they don't care if they get first. They just want to be top half.
Yeah, I think that's all very nice what ifs for Labubu team. Jen, BBX, you're in an interesting situation. You have to get a Mandel brick and come out with that loot value so that you can best a team that already has a Mandel brick and then be able to hold on for a game 7. Now, if you're looking at this in terms of kills, right? Labubu team, throughout our first 5 games, you've only acquired 4 kills. BBX only acquired 2. So if you're looking at the fighting prowess that some of our teams have of who could be the best one to knock down one of our teams that could potentially end it here, right? You're looking at Jen.
Yeah, I totally agree. I think Jen could be the one that plays spoiler. I want to take a look at what's happening in Group B because, folks, I'm getting word it's a lot of the same. Holy cow. Perry has grabbed a brick and they're leading the charge. This is almost identical to what's happening in Group A. Perry being the Mana Brick Addiction of Group B. Perry at the top of the leaderboard, 23 kills with the Mana Brick and the highest loot value. They're sitting pretty in the same question, the same what if, I will pause it for Group B. The top half of the leaderboard, do not care if anybody else in the top half get the brick because they all make it. However, French Mafia is in trouble. They have hardly any loot value to talk about. They're going to be going in with lower gear probably than their opponents. And if anybody else gets a brick, they're going to be at the bottom of that leaderboard. They will be in 4th place with 4 bricks on the board because their loot value is so low.
That's crazy, honestly. When you start thinking about the numbers alone on that, we're questioning a lot of things when it comes to French Mafia there because that's Zapok, right?
That's scary.
We're talking about kind of the story of French Mafia and how much competitive experience that they have in Delta Force. So keep tabs on them. There's no way they're going to let themselves fall out of the top 3.
Well, I'm going to go back to Group A. I want to talk about the operator pool because this is where things actually start to get limited. This is where some people are going to have to think of their new late tournament strats when we're running out of the operators we want to use. Toxic is basically off the table for anybody besides BBX. I say basically, literally. Same with Luna for everybody besides Legacy. The only recon arrow you will see on this last Space City map is going to come from Legacy's team. And then as you look at the rest of the operators, I think the big ones, you're probably going to see some Hat Claws come back into the mix for some recon, some information gathering tools. Hat Claws Ultimate's really nice to be able to do that. You may see, I'm looking at Labubu, you actually may see them run a Raptor on this map maybe for some extra information gathering tools. Also seeing a couple teams without an Alluru to utilize. I don't know, Tiff. Anything else that pops out to you?
Yo, if I'm Mandel Brick Addiction, I'm going Tempest or Raptor, and then I'm throwing an Engineer in the mix. Like, I kind of like that vibe for them, 100%. Dark Entities, at least you can still lock your Tempest in as well. But for the teams that need that fight in them, BBX, Gen, and Labubu, you throw down Tempest, you throw down something else, and you're gonna probably play the Stinger as well.
Yeah.
So
this is actually a very interesting map because almost everybody has a Stinger. Almost everybody's going to be layering smokes around these points, and only one team's going to be able to recon arrow through those smokes. Hot Claw will help, but wow. Okay, lot to talk about. I'm very excited for map number 6. Game 6 in Group A and Group B. Back to Space City, folks. Maybe the last time we see Space City. If we go to map 7, the last place team can choose that last map to be Space City if they want, but here we go. I'm very pumped about getting back into Space City, and I think generally speaking, all of our maps have been really fun to watch. I will say our Mandel Brick rounds have been odd, to say the least. A little slower paced around the Mandel Brick than maybe we would expect. I think this game may be a bit different. Some people are going to go for broke. Some folks maybe going to play safe, but I don't know. I'm just pumped to get into the game here. And Tiff, let's very briefly bring this back up because we now know it and we now love it. These are the operator selections from Open Quals and now into semis.
Luna, 25.7%. Stinger. I think Stinger and Tempest are tapering off because not everyone has the capability to use Tempest. There's still a lot of Stinger left in play, so we'll see. Whatever it is, though, whatever you feel the most comfortable with, lock it in because we could end here. And for Gen, BBX, and Labubu team, if you want to play in the finals, you want a chance at a potential for, a portion of $10,000 and to claim victory of Delta Force Global League Season 4, get it in. Get in there.
You gotta
get a Mandel Brick.
Gotta get a brick. Half the teams in this lobby want a brick. The other half of the teams, well, they want to play defense. They want to protect their spots at the top of the leaderboard. One way to do that, of course, is to end tournament here on this map by getting your second brick. Only time will tell. A couple of small little niche rules things, by the way, for those at home. I've already said this a couple times. We're kind of hyping up the AWM and the Lapua ammo and all that. As a reminder, you can't buy the ammo for that weapon in the game. It's literally impossible. You can't buy any tier 6 ammo or anything, so you have to find it. So again, quick reminder, Jin had 2 AWMs. I don't know how much ammo they have left, but they got both of them from the airdrops and then the mission in prison. Thai prison in map 3. So they've got another AWM. You should see Chins probably with another AWM this time around with whatever ammo they have left. On the opposite side, NBA has an AWM themselves as we load into the game and maybe using it this map as well. Quick look at the spawns though. Looks like Labubu, tier 1. It looks like BBX, the other tier 1. Unfortunately, the pipe tier 1 sometimes gets punished, and that looks exactly like what's happening right now, as BBX has already lost 1.
Yikes, and that's not what you want to have. If you need a Mandel Brick this round, you have to stay healthy in fighting form, and for Legacy, we'll take that. We'll take that all day. A nice 443k in an item.
Early reds are nice, but Mandel Bricks are everything. BBX thinking they're getting pushed. They would be wrong about that. Gonna be left alone for now. They get their revive off. Zoning off just to make sure. And they can get back into the mix.
Okay. I'm so nervous, Ghosh, because everything went wild in that second game of Space City. So now just about 2 minutes into this map, and it's a lot of people shaping up. Who's going to be that first team that rips the Mandel Brick, that goes for it? This is the most we've seen people kind of surrounding the area where it spawns.
Everybody playing for this brick. Brick is out. Skitey on Tempest could be the one making the play for it. Full Array does find an angle on one member of Labubu team. Able to get the knock and the cleanup. Nice shots over the top. Skitey lays it down on Full Array and is now going for the brick. Gonna smoke it out. Reminder, there's only one Luna on the map likely. A quick grab, using of that evasion device, and back out of that position completely. To safety we go. NBA know what they're doing, and they're going to get really aggressive here to plant this brick. Here's the thing, again, the what if. Legacy, Dark Entities, they don't have to play for the steal. If Mana Brick Addiction get this brick here, all 3 teams make it to the finals. It's going to be Jin, Labubu team, and BBX, likely the ones getting very aggressive.
Yo, that's actually going to be disgusting if all 3 of those teams are set up basically defending the decode. Because not only do you have to go through NBA, but you have to deal with everyone else. And you see where Gen is positioned. Gen is a team that doesn't have a Mandel brick, right? And they are the closest to the decoding station as of right now. So let's look at that. They've got a Viren, which gives them some of the movement, right? They have Stinger for the smokes, but they have to be really quick.
It's got Shepard as their third. And Uvalier gets punished. They actually trade 1 for 1. The incendiaries here could zone off. Not going to do very much, though. When you get barrel stuff, Skydie is getting aggressive. Jin, you've got no chance to take this brick. Jin is back into the lobby, and their only chance of making the finals now entirely rests on Labubu and BBX to try to make a play on Mandel Brick Addiction. Talk about aggressiveness. NBA is here to show why they are the top fraggers in open quals, and they're the top fraggers in Group A here in the semifinals. Holy cow.
And we talked about the fact that they weren't quick enough, not Gen in particular, but teams weren't quick to the decoding stations in our prior maps. Now, with Gen being very fast on the decode, but NBA shutting it down very nice. Now, you mentioned Labubu team and BBX. Labubu team on that map is going to be the next pretty much contender for the decode. But with what I just witnessed from NBA, Labubu team, we're going to need a really solid strat.
Oh, man. Here we go. Jin off the table. BBX, by the way, looking at our map, is actually creeping up on DE on the backside. So they are here, and they just know that DE's also there, so they can't just go running through there to go straight to the brick. Still plenty of time as well, 2 minutes. A little bit of change for the decode. Bubu team's on the outside. I don't really love this position, frankly. You know they have to play interior for this decoding station. I think it was actually pretty smart for NBA to play this inside. It's a little bit more difficult to get third-partied when you use the decoding station inside of this building, namely just because the sight lines are so short comparatively. They have to literally converge onto you and barrel stuff you to actually take some of these fights in a third-party way at the very least. So NBA checking all their corners, but Bubu team's just trying to figure out how do we want to engage with this, and is there any information we can gather when we don't have an information gathering operator inside of our mix.
You don't want your Tempest to ult and run in there as your information, right? Like, it's just not going to net yourself the result that you're looking for. We check in, though, here with Dark Entities. You mentioned BBX have been rolling up on them, but for now, a stalemate. And with just over a minute to go, Dark Entities, you're right, very calm, very okay with what is happening.
Yeah, regardless of how you feel about it, it's just the right strategy. They don't have to play for the brick. And if it gets stolen, the timer's going to reset to 3.5 minutes, and then they can decide what they want to do. Here we go. Potential push. DE's going to try to get some info with the Uluru rocket. Doesn't get much. Gonna play slow over the top. BBX, their only team that is maybe trying to contest on the other side. I'd love to go back to the brick, though, because we've got a lot of action. And here goes LT. They're inside. They've lost the body to, yet again, Skydie, who's going massive for his team. And then go over the top. Boldo smartly behind the bulletproof glass and gets the info. Incendiary gets down. LT now in trouble because BBX is now flanking from the backside. Rusty's about to get shot in the back if he's not careful. Boldo losing his life, though. Legacy getting aggressive inside. It's going to open things up. We got 19 seconds on the clock. Rusty going for the steal. He's got to go for it right this second, and he does. It's going to reset the time. Pause. Because Mandel Brick Addiction is down. Legacy on the backside wipes them while we had eyes on the brick. Mandel Brick Addiction out of this lobby. Mandel Brick Addiction now in trouble on our leaderboard technically because they have no control in this match. And Labubu team has control over the Mandel Brick and its decoding station.
Right, but there's a lot of different moving pieces here. Is Labubu team is looking to get back to a duo, right? BBX gets a res on a player, they're back to a 3. Those are the 2 teams that can keep this tournament going, right? But Legacy and Dark Entities are fully kitted out. I'm talking solid gold aside from Scoob over there on the Stinger.
Yeah, let me be very clear. You could see exactly what I was talking about. All of a sudden, a team that doesn't have a brick has it. Uh-oh, let's go get aggressive. And here's Legacy, and here's DE now converging on the brick. BBX is picking up all of Labubu with an incendiary? What in the world just happened off screen? What a ridiculous incendiary cleanup there. Labubu team out of this lobby. Legacy has the decode, and we got 2.5 minutes. Legacy and DE, as a reminder, already have the brick. Metal Brick Addiction hoping that one of those 2 teams does it. And now the only hope is that BBX is able to steal it if you want to go to Game 7. Quick look at it, by the way. Oh, they were all inside the cubby. And they just burned to death.
They're cooking. Orishkin is crazy for that one. Oh my god. Okay. But here's the deal. The only hope BBX has arrived. Okay, they're saying bye because Legacy is aggressive, and that is not what you want when you got 2 of them down.
And you see what DE is doing on the opposite side, too. They were getting really aggressive, and then once Legacy stole it, they slowed way down and are just being patient. They don't need to push this. Legacy has the decode in their hands, and BBX is now in so much trouble that a solo is going to have to win against 2 full squads of 3 if we want a chance for this game, this group, to go to Game 7. What a turn of events, and talk about an incendiary from Orishkin. Holy crap.
This is insane. Like, an insane journey Space City has been. And what do you do if you're this solo? Do you just wait till the last minute and just try to steal it? It's gonna get stolen back from you. Just keep, like, finessing your way onto the decoding station, especially when you have 2 teams of 3 guarding it.
Vandal Brick duplication is active. Grab a copy now.
60 seconds. Legacy at position, and DE are not going to make a move. They're going to sit here, watch the bodies of BBX, and Sunray is going to have to be the hero that we all need if you want to see Game 7. Oh my goodness, what a Group A tournament. Mana Brick Addiction is... They're probably shaking their fists in the air, and now they're excitedly biding their time. I don't think they know exactly what's happening on the map, but they're going to be excited when they see the lobby leaderboard. Unless Sunray does something unbelievable on main. If anything, I'd love if we can just to swap to Sunray's perspective. It's really the only player that could do anything on the map. Easy's got this hold here in the corner. I mean, this is it. 12 seconds, 10. You just got to go through. You just got to make a bolt for it and just see what happens. DE is actually getting a bit aggressive. Yuvishka does take down 1 member of Legacy, but there's only 3 seconds on the clock. A cleanup here from Sunray, but it's too little too late. Legacy out of this lobby with a mantle brick, and they actually win the gunfight as well. BBX, see you later. A great effort, just too slow. The final fight on the map, it doesn't matter all that much, but what it does is add a little salt to the wound, as Legacy has just won Group A with a steal and a take and a couple kills to boot. A 2v2 to wrap up this lobby, but we know the top 3. We know who's made it to finals. Unreal. Legacy, Mantle Brick Addiction, Dark Entities. Big congratulations to all 3 teams. Great effort from all 3 throughout the course of today. That is the nature of the game with the double brick format. Crazy map.
My favorite part is as soon as the decode's almost done, it's like the truce is over. They've called it off, and Dark Entities is like, I am full sending and looking for kills now. Now you've got, of course, Legacy there with the Luna, looking for that information on trying to find the remaining entities of Dark Entities, and Flarage across the way behind the scaffolding. Ubishka up there towards the north, kind of reuniting in the push here against Lynx.
Oh, man. 2v3 now. Legacy has fully regained. Here's 2 out of 3 members of Dark Entities. Over the top. Actually gets traded out. A nice pinch here from Flarich yet again to play the high ground position. Uzbishka about half health as Scoop is down. Be able to clean that up, no problem. Add a little extra 400k to their total score. Legacy, of course, getting first. Question is, does DE or Mana Prediction get second?
Oh, we're full sending. Not necessarily going to have that happen, though. Nice shutdown there by Lynx. Not going to give him the peek that he wants. The timing is crazy here. Good hit fires coming through the corner.
Nice shots. Easy goes down. Nice and easy for Flarich. Flarich has got to be the top slayer for this roster of DE. Picking up so many kills for this team. Only one player remaining for Legacy, who now goes down. Lynx, great effort. Unfortunately, you are wiped. Dark Entities will win the map, and they will be a top 3 team, but Legacy is your winner of Group A with the double brick captured. Ridiculous stuff. All 3 of these rosters at the top. And a great effort from BBX and Labubu's team. I think the biggest mistake, Tiff, that we'll see back in the replays was actually the replay that we saw on main. It was Labubu team full stacking in that closet. And getting incendiary down. Like, they couldn't actually make a play because they just get zoned off from the brick.
Bird is on its way.
Brutal.
To the extraction point.
All right, time to get on us out of here, right? That's the goal. You're the only duo left. You've done enough. You have a brick from earlier, so you're pretty much going to the finals on Sunday to compete for a chance at a portion of $10,000, but that's wild.
Very, very close game. I think there's just a couple small mistakes, some couple odd engagements. Jin got punished early too. They couldn't really make a play for the brick. And now it's just kind of a battle for second or third place between DE and Mana Brick Addiction. And obviously DE have the advantage here. They were down on score though, so I don't know if they're going to be able to make up total value that Mana Brick Addiction had. They're going to part all the guns that they can. See what they can pack up and get out with, but at this point, I think Tiff, like, you know, the rest of this doesn't matter all that much. I think at this point we can kind of look back on this map or just generally this group as we kind of watch some of the looting from some of these players. You can check their loadouts, obviously. A437, classic, one of the meta weapons right now for these teams. But yeah, I think as we kind of look back, I don't know, any big surprises from maybe just this map alone on how it played out?
It's unfortunate that Jen, with that initial push on demand, Mana Brick Addiction there, they tried really hard to hit the decode and the steal immediately. They knew what they had to come and do. We asked for aggression, but it just did not pan out. Those incendiaries might have been the MVP of the map. We've seen 2 teams really benefit from them, and Labubu team hurt. Jen also hurt from them because it really stifles that push through some of these hallways around the decoding stations. Now, if Jen hadn't have fallen so early, because they pushed, what, at like 2 minutes, 30 seconds into the decode? Kind of tough. Kind of difficult there. But that left about 1 minute and 30 is when the other teams got there. And when Labubu team was pushing into the decode, BBX was at their back. BBX was kind of pushing Labubu team into the decode station when, in a way, they almost... Of course, you can't know this in a perfect world. They needed to push from different sides and almost work together, but how do you know who's approaching from where?
Yeah, exactly. And I think the other thing, too, is like, until you knock somebody, you can only guess who that is. The only exception to that is if somebody starts the decode, then you can see who actually has the decode and therefore is likely around the decoding station. Otherwise, you don't know. Everybody's in default skins, but I can see even default daggers. But, yeah, it was such a tough fight. I mean, Jin getting cut down early was brutal. BBX really couldn't get there. I thought it was so fun to kind of see the prediction, which obviously is logic. I mean, these are high-level players. I've watched however many lobbies I've watched at this point, 16 or something. You know, this is what always happens. If you're trying to protect your spot at the top, like DE was, they were going to play super slow this map. But you saw it right when the Mana Brick exchanged hands to a team that didn't have one already. They went flying at the point. It was stolen back. They chilled off. That's what you got to do if you're playing for a top 3 position. So I thought it was played quite well from DE. Legacy obviously earning a ton of cred for being the one to actually take the second brick. So we'll finally see the last extraction of Group A. We know our top 3 teams. We know who is making the finals. I think the only question remaining, frankly, Tiff, is who gets second, who gets third. And then I guess the big one is, what's going on in Group B? Is it the same story, or is there a Game 7 happening over there? I don't know.
It's so interesting because those lobbies were basically mirroring each other, right? We were waiting for the team with the highest amount of frags from Group B to grab their own Mandel Brick, similar to what we were waiting for with Mandel Brick Addiction. We knew they could get kills. We knew they were confident around the map. They just didn't get a Mandel Brick until the very end almost. Now, Perry did the same thing over there in Group B. Just be curious to see how this Space City map went for them as well.
Yeah, we're going to wait on some of those scores. I think maybe that game even still ending. But yeah, a fun one. I'd love to look back on some of those replays from this last map as well, because there were some heavy-hitting moments. Obviously, shout out to the MVP, the Alluru Incendiary. That certainly did some damage, according to the Boo team. I'm sure they're going to be talking about that one for a while. But overall, some highlight-level plays and some highlight-level kills from all of our teams involved. I think generally speaking, again, we have to continue to tip our hat to Legacy. A team that gets both Mandel Bricks, regardless of what map it happens on, is very, very impressive stuff. So I'm impressed with that team. I'm impressed with DE. Mandel Brick Addiction was slaying this lobby out. I mean, ridiculous kill totals across the board, playing a very aggressive play style, also paid off. So it's kind of cool to see, you know, we talked about this at the top of the show, play styles across the board, all different. And any of them can work on any given day, just about who executes well on semifinals day. So here's a look at the replays. Looking back, Tiff, you can take it away. Obviously, things started off here with the T1 spawn and the pipe and getting punished for crossing out in the open.
Yeah, it was a wild start, but the moment that Mandel Brick drops, it gets picked up. It gets brought on over to decoding station, and it's Skydie there in the middle. Now, this corridor is really difficult to play around, and we started saying, what's Jen going to do? And they get some nice shots out, but not before being swung by multiple members of NBA. The incendiaries come through, and Skydie is on the prowl. Make sure he gets that full wipe onto Jen, but this is where everything else kind of erupts. Dark entities had been playing into the building of the north, where the current decoding station was, and they were being conservative. They didn't really have any pressure or timing to hit the decode station until after all this.
Yeah, and this was utter chaos, but because of the wipe, look at that, it is interrupted right before it's stolen. It's gonna be stolen anyways. They go down, and it was actually the drones come in and the incendiary. So there's Toxic and the Alluru getting cleaned up there on the Boo team. And then LEG end up getting it. Look at this. It was just actually so close. 4 seconds. They actually lost a couple members of Legacy as well in that fight, but they do get the Mana Brick. They're probably yelling and excited about it, but they want to finish it in style. Able to get a couple knocks, but eventually Flarex from over the top cleans up one member of Legacy, and then DE clean up the rest as Easy tries to be a hero and gets punished it. But I really think the fight indoors here, the fact that Mandel Brick Addiction, you know, they got knocked pretty early, but the fact that they were the ones that got knocked and didn't really play that map very much, and they were the ones that chose that decoding station, totally changed the way the final fight went. And who knows, any other decoding station could have gone to anybody else.
Yeah, we actually didn't see a single dormitory building decode, and those were some of the ones that had been stolen the most. So at least in prior seasons in Delta Force Global League, I'm loving that we've moved past that, because this close range combat is pretty fun, but it also goes to show you why you save those incendiaries, why you kind of harness those engineers for the Mandel Brick rounds. Very important here.
Very important. Well, folks, we know our top 3. We're going to look at scores and talk about it. But I got good news for you, folks. I think Group B is going to Game 7. So I think we're going to be hopping over there. The stream is not done. We'll talk about our champions of Group A, but we got more games to play because Group B is going the distance. We'll be right back in just a moment. You're not going to want to miss an insane finale from a different group.
Should we really be sending her to the front lines in her current state?
You ought to know her better.
Stop!
Lena Vandermeer, codenamed Vlinder. Role, support. Vlinder is a medical specialist from GTI Europe, specializing in pharmaceutical research, possessing outstanding medical expertise, and a strong sense of responsibility. Vlinder's med drones can be deployed to a targeted area, dispersing med-infused nanobots that restore teammates' health, providing them with an adrenaline boost. They may also be deployed on herself, following and continuously restoring her own health for a limited time. Her windmill smoke grenades are guided by gesture censoring tech. Upon impact with a service, the grenades create a cloud of smoke, creating cover for teammates.
Smoke grenade out.
Vlinder's Flutter Rescue UAVs will automatically target downed teammates, administer medical injections when deployed. Once the injection is administered, Vlinder may approach the downed teammate and manually revive them. During deployment, the UAVs may also utilize their active defense system, automatically absorbing 1 instance of explosive damage per deployment, and applying a buff effect to Vlinder.
Counting on you guys. Vital signs stable. Prepare for rescue. I've got you. It's taking effect. I'm here. Feeling better.
Welcome back. The Delta Force Global League Season 4 EU Semifinals is not over. Group A might be over, but Group B continues on. Coach Tiff, we've been having a blast all day today. And Tiff, we just wrapped up Group A, and it was a banger photo finish. We had 3 teams on brick. It was ridiculous, and I'm excited to take a look at those final scores to hype up and talk about those teams that are making it to finals.
Yeah, we really thought that we could potentially see a Game 7 in Group A, but we needed Gen, we needed BBX, we needed Labubu team to throw down and steal that Mandelbrick in Game 6, but it doesn't come through. Instead, Legacy, they get the Mandelbrick, they get 7 kills while doing it, and it's pretty freaking impressive.
Pretty freaking impressive indeed. Some great stats here on the leaderboard. Of course, Mandelbrick Addiction, they started things off in the map by grabbing the brick first and starting the decode, but they get wiped, and Legacy steals the brick, gets the full decode, and Dark Entities ends up remaining the last team on the map. So yes, a lot of loot value for DE, sizable loot value for Legacy, but of course the story is the Mandelbricks, because it is a double brick format after all. So let's take a look at the overall. I want to see the overall for Group A, as we can see our final leaderboard for Group A. And we can talk about these 3 teams. Here they are. This is what we were talking about right before we started this last map. If any of the top 3 teams get a brick, they all make it. And Tiff, that's exactly what happened.
Truly. We were looking at Gen. We were saying, hey, based on the amount of kills that Gen achieved throughout this series, they would be the #1 team to make a chow for this series. Unfortunately, they do chow Mandel Brick Addiction. They lose out on it. And next thing you know, they're not qualifying to finals on Sunday alongside Labubu team and BBX. Great showing from them here in the Delta Force Global League Season 4 semis. Just unfortunate the journey for them will end here.
A great shout. Our top 3 teams, Legacy, Dark Entities, Mandel Brick Addictions. Congratulations. You've made it to the finals. Our EU finals are just in 2 days' time. Going to be Sunday, same time, folks. You're not going to want to miss it. But we are not done here in the booth. We are moving straight to Group B. Folks, it's been happening at the same time. We've given you some updates, a quick look. We've got to break it all down for you very quickly because their game's about to start. We're going to Group B. Let's talk about these rosters to remind you. We haven't talked about them in a couple hours. Tiff, we got Darkside, French Mafia, LV, Perry, Polu Pokers, and Yo competing for the final 3 spots in the finals. Here a look at the rosters just to remind some people at home about who are on these teams as we jump into what will be their last game.
It's kind of crazy because we hadn't checked in with them since their initial moments of 3 Mandel bricks being on the table. And it was French Mafia, LV, and Perry that had obtained those Mandel bricks, who were in win condition for game number 6, which means it was either Darkside, Bully Pokers, or Yo that were able to acquire a Mandel brick, drawing us to the elusive game 7. Now, this is why the leaderboard for the overall is important. Because of game number 7, we don't know that map. The team in last place on the overall leaderboard is the team that will select the map that is to be played for game number 7. It just can't be Zero Dam.
Yeah, it can't be Zero Dam, but can I talk about something insane? Last map, yeah, it was game 6. No one got the brick. It kept getting changed over and over again. It kept getting stolen. And because we ran out of time, the game clock was shorter than the decoding clock, which means no one got the brick. So the stakes in the last Space City map for Group B are the exact same here in the final map. Crazy stats. I was so expecting to see 4 Mandel bricks here, but no one got the brick in game 6. So we go to game 7. And like you said, Team Yo gets to choose what map do we want to go to. It can't be Zero Dam. It can be any of the other maps. It can be Tide Prison with a Mandel brick on it, by the way, which is crazy. It is any map you want besides Zero Dam. So I don't know what Yo's going to pick. I don't know what they're feeling comfortable on, considering they are in last right now. They do have 10 kills, though. I don't know. Anything else stand out to you on this leaderboard here, Tiff?
No, I mean, the kills are pretty much all around the board relatively equal, aside from Perry being the aggressive factor and French Mafia only having 4. So if I'm French Mafia and I'm chilling in 3rd with literally minimal assets, minimal kills, and a Mandel brick, you have to play to perfection, because if Darkside gets it, you're out. If anyone else gets it, you are literally out.
Yeah, it's the exact same what-ifs from the last one. We need to take a quick look at the operators. This looks similar to Group A, but some key differences. It looks like, of course, everybody's got plenty of Senivas on the board if you want. Only one team is going to be able to bring in an Uluru into this next round. We could be going back to Space City. We could be going back to, Tide Prison. We could go anywhere, and there's only one Uluru, which means one incendiary operator on the map. So watch out for Darkside potentially on this last map. Of course, we got Toxic Viren for them still to be able to be used. We are out of Lunas from everybody. We are out of Stingers from everybody. This is going to feel like a very different map than the last several if you've been watching Group A, Tiff.
I just have to sigh because it's so tough to start running hypotheticals because we don't know what map is about to be selected, right? If for some reason Yo picks Tide Prison, that hat claw for Darkside is going to go so up in value.
Yeah, totally agree. Let's take a look at the maps, though, because I believe map 7 has been chosen. Where are we going for the final map of the day? We're going back to Space City.
Why not?
4 maps in a row. Space City is the map that Yo wants. They feel like they've got something. They've got a plan. They've got a strategy on Space City. I don't know why it hasn't been working the last 3 times they played it, but either way you look at it, I'm not judging. They want Space City, so we go to Space City. Final map of the day here for Group B. And again, the stakes couldn't be higher. It's the exact same what ifs though, Tiff. The top 3 teams, yes, they're playing for the double brick. Yes, they want to close things out. But if any of those top 3 start the decode, the other 2 teams that are in the top 3 do not have to play for the brick because they know that they all make it if they go forward. Let's take a look at some of the spawns though, since we haven't been watching this group. Who could get a T1 spawn?
Oh my God. Well, T1 spawns are looking like Dark Side, French Mafia, Pony Pokers, or Yo. And that's 3 teams on that list that need a Mandel brick if they want to evict the French Mafia out. Now, for French Mafia, they also have the potential for a T1 spawn.
Yeah, this is anybody's game. I think the other thing about that leaderboard, by the way, that is a bit different is I wonder, because French Mafia is so low out of everybody that has a Mandel brick in terms of loot value, and Perry is so high, Perry knows if we extract, we are going to be a top 3 team. There's basically no way that Perry at over 20 million isn't top 3, even if we get 4 teams with a single mana brick, because then it goes to loot value. French Mafia do not have that luxury. I think French Mafia are going to get really aggressive to play for this brick to just try to protect their top position.
God, this is crazy because honestly, French Mafia is either getting the best or the worst spawn. There's no in between. If you get anything else, if you hit that T3, you're going to Water Tank Station. You can't afford to wait, but you also can't afford to do what Jen did over in Group A. So this comes down to the first team to grab the Mandel brick.
Yeah, and the operators are going to look so different. We're so limited. I'm really curious to see what the comps look like. The other thing about French Mafia, they don't have a lot of resources. Like, I don't think they're going to be coming in all golds. This is going to be tough for the French Mafia to get their second brick. They want to play aggressive. They want to protect their spot in the top 3, but I don't know if fortune's going to favor the bold this time around. If they do get their T1 spawn, I feel like they have to play for the brick off rip, but so many what ifs. It's just a matter of playing it out, folks. We are in for a treat today. Chat, we literally couldn't have gone any longer for this tournament today. We went to game 6. I guess we could have gone game 7 for both, but it wouldn't increase the length. We go game 6 for Group A. We still get to see the last map of the day. Crazy stuff.
I'm glad that we get to check in with Group B here because let me just tell you, when we loon into the finals this Sunday, $10,000 prize pool, these are the teams, well, at least 3 of them that will be taking on the top 3 contenders from Group A. So let's get into it. Game 7, baby.
Game 7, last map of the day. Space City was chosen by Yo. Let's see if that choice has anything to do with anything. We see some shots fired on main, but that's not the first knock. We go all the way up to Central Command. Mimq and co. Gonna get the first knock onto the P. It looks like Polu Poker's down to a team of 2 in a bit of trouble. As Team Yo, they wanted Space City, and they're getting active early in Central Command.
I mean, this is what a lot of teams did on that initial game 6 for Group A. They wanted to make sure that they solidified their positioning over towards that Mandel brick spawn early on. Now, if Polo Pokers is going to lose out on 1 and down to a duo, this is a team that needs to get themselves a Mandel brick. We saw a lot of the early fights being between the teams. That could really put a hurting to the other teams with the Mandel brick, and it seems to be the same here.
Here we go. Look over the top. Yo getting shot at maybe from multiple angles here. LV. Bit of trouble, potentially. Ooh. Shot in the back on the trades here. Oh, it's Perry actually getting that knock. With the help of Polu Pokers to get the cleanup. This is just a brutal crossing. Star Baxter finds an angle as well. Yo, who started with the early aggression, now getting punished for playing around this bridge. There's Perry off in the distance, making things difficult for Yo, and a nice rocket fuel from LV there.
Honestly, LV, what they could mostly focus on is just looting at this point. Because you already have a Mandel brick. It doesn't matter what happens so long as your loot value is up there. Because if one of the teams that has a Mandel brick gets it, you still qual. If someone else that doesn't, you need to make sure that you've got a heck of a lot of assets, especially like Darkside.
Yeah, Darkside got the T1 spawn on the left-hand side of the map. They're actually uncontested where the Mantle Brick spawns. So Darkside in complete control right now. Quick reminder about that leaderboard since we've been watching Group A and you're probably just trying to catch up like we are. Darkside was in 4th. They are not a team with a Mantle Brick. The teams that have a Mantle Brick, you can see it on our leaderboard. It's going to be Perry, it's going to be LV, and French Mafia. That's what that little checkbox is on the left-hand side of our little in-game leaderboard. So keep that in mind as we get into another fight. LV in a bit of trouble. No, actually LV getting cut down. French Mafia go huge. And Yo, see ya later, my friends. Yo gets cut down. They chose the map, and they are out of this lobby at the hand of the French Mafia.
Kind of disgusting when Yo was a team that needed to get a Mandel brick in order to secure finals. And if they're out, that means they're out of finals and now are forced to watch the remainder of this tournament. Now, keep your tabs on the center map. That countdown timer, just over 3 minutes left on the decode. And Darkside, the way that they're setting up on that off-angled ramp is nice, but Perry across the way is going to look to lay siege. You can see Sandstorm just behind that ramp we were talking about with the vehicle off cambered. He's checking and he trades out there with a Trixie.
Some more red loot for LV. Darkside in complete control of the decoding station. Darkside, DS, Perry, top team. Trying to continue to increase their lead. Total assets now shown on the left here, Tiff. This is their overall leaderboard scores. They will adjust variably. These won't be the final scores, but you can see Perry has crazy amount of loot value for the teams that already have a brick. And then it's actually Darkside, who is the second highest loot value after what they've already gained on this map. But they don't have a brick yet. They're currently decoding one.
Could be nice for them. Might as well.
I mean, big onus responsibility right now on the French Mafia. They will be the ones that get knocked off the leaderboard if 4 teams end up with a brick.
And especially if that team has north of 20 million total assets. That one's going to be tough. Oh. All right, let's just take down some of the AI. Perry over here, definitely making noise, but just fine with the decode, right? They're okay. They're going to have a ton of assets comparative to the teams that also had a prior Mandel brick, right? So if you just stay in your lane, maybe grab a couple of kills, you're going to be okay. But for now, no rush on them.
Here we go. French Mafia taking a look at the map. We got to pay attention to him. Darkside is on the brick currently. French Mafia going to get aggressive first because, well, they have to. They have to play for the brick here. They already have one, but they are the lowest in loot value, and currently a team without a brick has control of it. Darkside gets this brick. French Mafia do not make finals. They're going to be first to the point. Polu Pokers, same deal. Don't have a brick, gotta play for one. They're going to get aggressive here as well. LV, unsure of who has the brick. They know it's not one of the teams with 3. Expect to see LV here as well.
All right. Well, if you have to get aggressive, then you might as well be lending yourself to an operator composition that is that. Little D-Wolf, little Viren, engineer on the way. We're just lobbing nades as we get closer, but it's 35 seconds. This is your fate. You find one, but the trade comes through.
French Mafia in a bit of trouble. They're trying to be the trouble, though. No! French Mafia go down. French Mafia out of this lobby. Darkside go massive to get the full team wipe and maintain control of the brick. There's 19 seconds and we've got an angle on it. Seniva operator though, Malay gonna go for the steal. Doesn't get it, 13 seconds on the point. They're trade one out. Gotta go for a steal right now with 8 seconds. Darkside still in control. They're not able to get it. Shots over the top. Borscher saving the day. Borscher might have just gotten them a spot to the finals. 0 seconds, Darkside. Grab a brick. Unbelievable. French Mafia cut down early. Trades over the top must have been nanoseconds away from a steal as Polu Pokers were trying to get their hands on it. Just not enough. Darkside get the brick. 4 teams with the Mantle brick. And French Mafia out of this lobby spells disaster for the Frenchmen.
That one hurts. That Mandelbrick decoding station just became their tomb. Now, I do love that the Polypokers did try to take that decode away from them after French Mafia's push, but it just wasn't enough. The 3 teams that needed it most are out of this lobby. Darkside gets a Mandelbrick. Darkside had a ton of loot value, and now we're just looking for more, because why not?
Oh, this is disaster if you're French Mafia that it was Darkside of all people, because they have the 2nd highest loot value in the entire tournament right now. Is it over? Probably. Is it 100% over? Not technically. I don't know all the math. If Darkside does not make it out of this map with anything, which right now it's not looking like they will, there's one single player, they get full wiped. I can't imagine they brought in 10 million worth of gear. I'm going to be frank with you. Is it possible? I'm not even sure. I mean, it'd be close maybe if they all bring in like 3.3 mil. I guess that is technically possible, but either way you look at it, Darkside's got stuff in their safe box. I don't think they're going to drop below French Mafia's total asset value. And what that means is that Darkside will be a top 3 team. It also means LV is going to be a top 3 team, and it also means Paris will likely be a top 3 team as well with just loot value. And I think the big benefit of Group B is that Paris didn't have to get involved at all because they had such a huge lead in the loot value category.
Yeah, they really didn't have to, but you know what? It's Game 7. We're in unprecedented times, and the fact that we have 4 different teams that were able to grab a Mandelbrick and that it comes down to just loot value. Good old operations. This is why you got to get your loot up from the very start. Now, we do know that Game 6 for Group B expired, right? They didn't even get a Mandelbrick because it traded hands so much, which is exactly what they were anticipating to happen on this Space City, and it almost did.
Crazy, man. Honestly, Polypoker's just great effort to try to go for that brick steal. I think the hard part about the push from Polypoker's in my mind is our Seniva operator got to the brick. He had to keep his shield up and try to block all of the shots raining down from Darkside. Our second Polypoker's operator comes in after the Seniva's been knocked and is going to steal the brick. And again, the steal doesn't take all that long, but the timing from Darkside to get the kill before the brick was fully stolen, I mean, I don't know if we can even look at it on replay. If we had perspective on that player's POV, it's got to be less than a second. 100%. It was less than a second away from getting the steal and at least making the game playable for everybody else. So you can't blame anybody for not going for it because they certainly did. But just crazy timing. And a big shout out to Darkside. This is one of those points that is actually decently easy to hold if you're not getting thirded. And all they had to do was take that tiny peek through the door, looking over at the Mandelbrick decoding station, and it worked out for them.
Absolutely insane. Just absolutely insane. What a day of Delta Force. Like, genuinely.
Here's a quick look at the replay back on that moment that I was just talking about. I think it's obviously the most important part of this map. Here's the look, by the way. That's the second kill onto the Mandelbrick decode station. There's just enough room to take those shots. And you actually notice Darkside was down to only Borscher. Both of his 2 teammates have been knocked, and I think both actually end up bleeding out there down to yellow timers. So Borscher, the hero of Darkside, the only reason Darkside has made it to the finals.
That's crazy. Like, that is the clutch that you need. I'm sure they're celebrating, they're screaming, they're ready, because that locks their ticket in to the finals on Sunday. Like, I'm just like, French Mafia elsewhere, screaming, not happy, kind of unfortunate.
Gotta be so frustrating.
It does happen. The tough part is we also don't know what the earlier games looked like for them.
Yeah.
We don't know why their loot value was so low. They could have just been running into some very unfortunate circumstances, and they were like, at the very least, let's net ourselves a Mandelbrick. And then who knows, Game 6, they could have been really close to closing it out.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, it's very obvious based on their loot value. French Mafia were playing for bricks every single time. You know, if we look back to their open quals, in 4 games, they double brick and send everybody else home. Like, it wasn't really even close. And so that's their play style, is got to play for bricks. And it's the right win condition to play for it. But because their loot value is so low and this group was so competitive, man, very, very close. We got one more fight potentially going to break out here between LV and Paris. If I'm Darkside, I've got a solo. My goal is just to get out of the map to protect some of our loot value, just to make sure we're top 3. This fight here between Perry and LV is mostly inconsequential, as these were our top 2 teams on our leaderboard that both had a brick already. But much like last time, it is still fun to watch as we wrap up the rest of this map.
Yeah, I was hoping maybe a couple more fights to break out, but you also don't want to like give your life away, because at the end of the day, these teams need to make sure they have as much loot value as possible, because you're not having an active look on what that leaderboard looks like. So every piece of loot value matters here.
Yeah, 100%. Like the players and teams, they have a pretty good guess probably of where they stand on the leaderboard, but don't know 100%. 5 minutes on the clock. Does look like, by the way, Dark Side solo is nowhere to be seen, so they're not going to engage in this fight. They're going to be working on getting out of the map.
I have done enough, and now it is time for me to leave.
Patience a virtue in this team fight, as per the usual. First team to make the mistake usually loses the fight. Stickinson actually does. Wow, no, not alone, not safe. Stickinson actually takes down Borscher, which, if there's any silver lining, maybe Borscher had a crazy amount of loot. And shout out to Stickinson for actually playing this back extract. I mean, he knew where that player may go. And now that they have a brick, they're technically competition. So big pickup there actually from Stickinson, and a great read from him as well. Darkside's full down. I guess that's silver lining for French Mafia. Again, I don't think it matters, but we'll see.
They're probably still going to be fine on their loot value based upon their earlier games, but still crazy. Perry picking up some kills.
Yeah, they're
onto LV.
They're a very clean team. I mean, Perry's a strong team. They also have been top fraggers in Group B, from what I can tell, by actually a pretty sizable margin. Going into this game, they had 28 kills. And Perry winning that gunfight even, which I don't think he should have. Evan was able to get the trade and actually get the cleanup as well. The magnetic bond from Viren. Perry is cleaning house now with the rest of this map. Only one remaining player of LV. There they are. Nice shots. LV out of the map. Perry win the map. But they do not get the brick, so they will not get first. Well, actually, yes, they will, because the person that got the brick is full wiped, and we have 4 teams on brick. They definitely have the most value. And they win the map, winning the lobby. Crazy stuff over here in Group B.
Look, if we're going to jump into one game and one game only from Group B, let it be this one, right? Let it be the one that sets all the stakes there for the finals on Sunday. So now you think about the teams that are going to be competing against Group A that you had witnessed early on. This just means the stakes are so high. If you are, clear your schedules for Sunday, guys, because it's going to get messy.
I totally agree. Finals are going to be a movie. We've got some fantastic teams. And, I mean, we had some fantastic teams that didn't make as well, too. Big shout out to all of our rosters that made it to semifinals. I'll tell you what, I watched just about every single open qualifier lobby, and there were some, yes, there were some 4-0s and things like that, but we saw some 6-map series and even in open quals. There's some good teams that didn't even make it to semifinals with how close it was. A couple teams that got second in their group that didn't make it because of the leaderboard. Seeing a stack full of ID tags. That's like 1 million in ID tags almost. But yeah, it's just a really, really good competition thus far. And so excited for finals. Excited for NA later today as well.
Oh, that's right. You're going to be there alongside Vivid, if I'm not mistaken.
That's right. We'll talk a little bit about that here in a second, but big shout out to everybody. Yeah, big shout out to everybody that went through the open quals, but specifically our EU friends. We got a lot of viewers watching and tuning into today. I'm glad we were able to show at least a piece of both groups. But Perry come out on top from Group B with only a single brick, but a crazy amount of loot value. From their now over 30 kills, by the way, that they had in 7 maps. Pretty impressive stuff.
Yeah, we'll take that. We'll take that.
Thanks, Perry.
Goodbye, sir.
Thanks for the salute. I appreciate it. Great job on the map and a great win from them. But what a finish to Group B. Good grief. 4 teams end up with a brick. The top 3 make finals based on loot value. Our leaderboard always sorted by mantle bricks and then loot value. So Perry, who was already way ahead in loot value, certainly will be on top. We'll get final confirmations of the Group B leaderboard, but I think we know how it's going to go here, Tiff.
I think we have a good inkling. Now I'm like, dang, we got to go back. We got to carve through VODs and research what happened over here in Group B that happened off broadcast, since our main broadcast did follow Group A. This is so many storylines that are going into the Delta Force Global League Season 4 Europe Finals on Sunday. Dang, it's going to be such a good one.
It's gonna be a really, really good one. I'd love to look back on a couple of the replays from Game 7, of course, because it was Game 7 after all. It was certainly gonna be filled with highlights because it had to. Some of these teams back against the wall. There's literally nowhere else to go. This is the last map of the day. And it started out with some early aggression. Started out with LV finding rocket fuel, by the way, off screen. But it also started out with Darkside getting the mantle brick for free. Everybody was fighting on the north side of the map. They're the only ones on spawn, and they start the decode. This is where things get really mixy because French Mafia have to take fights. They have to get aggressive, and in doing so, they wipe Yo. So they're doing everything right. But then when they get out to the open and they try to play for these fights, Darkside gets the better of them. We see 2 members of Darkside go down as Polu Pokers are trying to get the steal. They can't quite net it in time, and then Borscher's by himself able to save the day with like 1, maybe half a second left on the decode steal. Taking down both members of Polu Pokers means they get the brick, and French Mafia out of the map means Darkside is into the top 3. We see Perry clean up the rest of the lobby, salute, and leave the map via jumping in the water and or extracting, and just really impressive stuff from all of our teams. But again, tip my hat to Darkside. What a play. And what a play by the solo Borscher there at the very end as well. To have ice in the veins in a very clutch moment. I think if Borscher doesn't hit those shots, maybe misses 1 or 2 more headshots, they get the steal. I don't think Darkside gets the brick. They were down to a solo.
Yeah, you wouldn't be able to necessarily full regain with everyone that was situated around the decoding station that hadn't pushed in, that were just being innocent bystanders who had already had a mantle brick. So they're like, yeah, no, like, it's fine the way it's going, because French Mafia was the one that had to have the most urgency, and they were already out of the lobby. But you also have to realize, if Borscher falls there within that 10-second range, it's void for them. It's void for Darkside, because even if it was to decode, they would have been all eliminated.
Yeah, no, 100%.
It's crazy.
It was so dang close and a great finish. I'm so glad we got to capture the very end of Group B, because obviously both groups were a banger. If this is, you know, a first look at what we might see in the finals, I think finals are going to Game 7 as well, Tiff. And when you said I want to see Game 7, I was not expecting to see it. We have seen 14 lobbies of open quals, and none of them went to Game 7. We got to see it in Group B. So let's take a look at the final scores. Let's make sure our brain math is the correct math on paper. And looking at the game, this is the game map from this last one. French Mafia do go plus 900, and the only team that had a brick that go negative is actually LV, going negative 2.3 mil. So with this, Darkside picking up a 3.5 mil boost, even though they get fully eliminated, plus the brick, I think we're going to see them top 3. Obviously, Perry, who are already ahead by several million before that one, are the biggest winners in loot value with another plus 4.2 mil. So a great effort from them to protect their spot at the top of the leaderboard. Let's take a look at the overall, though, and see the final scores for Group B. And as expected, frankly, a bit closer than I thought because of LV's losses. Perry win out with 24.6. Darkside gets second, 22.6, and LV is your third team moving on to the finals with 9.3 mil. What a finish.
What a finish indeed. I was already gasping because I was taken aback by the Game 7 score. I was like, oh my God, wait a second. No. But even so, if French Mafia doesn't get wiped, that was an obtainable jump, right? You could have wiped LV at some point and acquired enough loot value to stay in it for the finals. But congratulations to our teams moving on to the finals on Sunday. Perry, Darkside, LV, they'll join the top 3 from Group A. And unfortunately for French Mafia, Polly Pokers, and Yo, you will not be moving on. But still, valiant effort here today.
Yeah, valiant effort. And it was just a very tough position to be in if you're French Mafia, just because you did everything right in terms of going for bricks. I mean, they were fighting aggressively for this very aggressive, we're going for a brick every single round play style, which mostly works unless you get to this exact same scenario. Get to the very last round and you're low on loot value. It puts you in a tough position. They had to play insanely aggressive, and because they had to play insanely aggressive, they end up getting punished for it. It's a brutal way to end. Parity, obviously, with a huge boon of being way up in resources, which credit to them. They earned that. And then Darkside, also 23 million almost, and getting a brick at the end. Just crazy stuff in both groups. But Tiff, that's all we've got for our EU semifinals. Welcome back to Delta Force. What'd you think? Season 4 is kind of going crazy.
Yo, it is crazy. I'm absolutely amped. Europe did not disappoint, which means North America is going to be just as crazy, I hope. So if you enjoyed what you saw in supporting your European teams, make sure you check out NA later, because it's going to be
Totally agree. Well, Tiff, we will see you for EU finals in a couple days time. We'll see you. It's actually going to be February 1st, technically. So a brand new month, and the finals for EU are right around the corner. We'll see Tiff then. But thanks so much. You did a fantastic job. All right, folks. Yo, that was a crazy day. I'm going to be honest. It's just you and me now, chat. And I got to say, thanks for tuning in. I mean, this was a banger. I was not expecting Game 6 in A and Game 7 in B. Tiny, razor-thin margins for both groups. Just wicked stuff out there. That was the EU semifinals. We've got our 6 teams that have made it to the finals in 2 days' time. If you're an EU regional fan here for Season 4, that is in 2 days' time. Exact same start time. So if you're in the US, that's 11 a.m. Central Time is when that starts. You can do the math on 9 a.m. Pacific if you want to do the math on the time zones. Exact same time that it started today, happening on Sunday, not tomorrow. Tomorrow we've got the day off. But yes, it is done for us here in the booth for right now. We are coming back with NA semifinals in about 3 hours, okay? 6 p.m. Central Time, 4 p.m. Pacific, NA semis starting right around the corner. The exact same thing you just saw, but in North America. I promise you don't want to miss it. Those lobbies are stacked. We got some heavy hitters, some hitters that have some LAN experience with a similar roster, and some brand new faces trying to make some waves. You're not going to want to miss it, folks. The final reminder I have for you is that we couldn't do it without you, the viewer. So thanks for tuning in. Tune back in about 3 hours time for the North America semis. I'll see you then. A quick glance, and we do see, yes, 2 down, and the third quickly cleaned up. Mana Brick Addiction make quick work of their out. The first push, maybe, no. Thinks better of it. Slow, patient, no. Overpeaks all of LT and hardly lose any life for it. What a trade. And because of the pinch, Jin's gonna get paid in kind for this. There's Kilo picking up Uzbishka.
An Imperator is going to have to back on down. If you get triple swung like...
Reset the timer. The sense of urgency is certainly there, but oh no! A perfect chow from
Dark Entities grab the Mandel Brick in Brakkesh. The first one.
A lot of classic Operations gameplay loop while also playing competitively. Speaking of competitively, holy, Chins goes down, Schultz goes down. Kilo gonna have to be the hero here for Chin on top of them, but he is still gonna get out. They're hunting for him. Get out of here. AWM in zero dam as well. They have potentially 2 AWMs to use and a ton of...
Ooh, but for Legacy, you got 2 knocks as you're burning them. Finally, you've got a bit of silent. Minimal time to make this happen. Down to the final 10. The final push is an all-out dive for the extract, and look at Jubileer just taking him out before it.
Jumping all the way to first place. Now the rest of the map is just who stays alive.
And it's Legacy. Earlier, Jen, who had recently wiped another team, says, I'm here now, finally. But you guys were all just slightly too slow. For now, you want to inch closer. You grab a Mandel Brick. You get...
Map, there's Kilo. It looks like actually picking up 1. And now it's going to be a process, maybe scamming just by playing too slow. Here they come. Tempest on the board, trying to get to the brick and try to get the steal. They don't get there in time, though. Barely ran out of clock. Mana Brick Addiction get a free brick and get a knock on the...
Effectively a 3v2, and we're just trying to get past this doorway, but the...
She scoop on the backside, picked up Kilo in the trade. The slow walking didn't pay off. That's why they absconded so fast from these fights. They didn't have to extract. Blue team. Able to get the knock and the cleanup. Nice shots over the top. Skydie. Lear gets punished. They actually trade 1 for 1. The incendiaries here could zone off. Not going to do very much, though. When you get brings up, we got 19 seconds on the clock. Rusty going for the steal. He's got to go for it right this second, and he does.
Okay, they're saying bye because Legacy is aggressive, and that is not what you want when you got 2 of them down.
Legacy out of this lobby with a man. Fully regained. Here's 2 out of 3 members of Dark Entities over the top. Actually gets
the corner.
Nice shots. Only 1 player remaining for Legacy, who now goes down. We are. Darkside was in 4th. They are not a team with a mana break. The teams that have a mana on the left-hand side of our little in-game leaderboards. Keep that in mind as we get into another fight. Alfie in a bit of trouble.
Lobbing nades as we get closer, but it's 35 seconds. This
is control of the brick. There's 19 seconds, and we've got an angle on it. Seniva operator, though. Malay gonna go for the 10 seconds on the point. They're trade 1 out. Gotta go for a steal right now with 8 seconds. Darkside them a spot to the finals. 0 seconds. Darkside grab a brick. 7 maps. Pretty impressive stuff.
Yeah, we'll take that. We'll take that.
Thanks, Perry.
Goodbye, sir.
Thanks for the salute.